Heidi ho, campers. Notifications. That sound was my real notification. I have fake notifications and I have real notifications. That noise is, hey man, what's up? Oh, it's John. Oh, the fucking Catfish's Corner. Dude, he's going live. John's on his way home. He says he was safe.
Well, I just sat down from unpacking.
Ah, good. He's home.
So, yeah, we made it home.
Good. Well, happy days, sir. Get you some rest. I'm gonna blow some glass tonight. I'm gonna make that purple fucking pipe I wanted to make yesterday, but I didn't have my collar hot. Today, my collar's getting hot. The kiln's actually acting right. I went through it, tightened up some of the wires. I might have just had a loose wire yesterday. Is why it was lagging in tone. I don't know. It was acting weird though. So I have just about filled all my glass cases this week again. I'm still gonna get a new tank of oxygen tomorrow though. Work another full day. I carry them in my fucking pocket. Or buy another case if I don't have enough case. Since my kiln's been working better, I'm getting a lot more work done. So I might warrant a third case, especially for long road trips. Third case never hurt. Never hurt to have too much. Although I've never had too much. See, that's another thing. I rarely get my 2 cases full. But getting that tooth pulled kept me at home for a couple extra days. So instead of working, oh, look at that. Motherfucker got that legal goddamn concentrated THC. Oh, it's all crystally and waxy and crumbly and not sticking to my finger like a little booger. I like that. But it's going into my marijuanas very nicely. For those of you on pain meds, I can speak from experience. This beats the fuck out of the fentanyl patch. You can actually function on it. I've seen folks on the fentanyl. They wanted me on the fentanyl. I wouldn't go on the fentanyl. I said, I think I'll choose marijuanas instead and move to Colorado. So how are you folks doing this evening? Well, that's good to hear. We will be listening to some more Bible canon this evening. There were giants in those days, being read by Josh Reeves. I believe we got about 15 or 20 minutes left in chapter 8. I only got about 500 pounds, so it'll take me a couple hours. I don't know if we'll get through 9 through 14 tonight. Might have to work on that tomorrow. Looks like my collar's hot enough to work with, though, right now. You know what's funny, guys? Good old Eric Briggs and his playlist. That led me to some old memory people. Old J5, D5, Mr. Dunce. Fucking Astro Fuck and all those wonderful Five Eyes creatures over here. I can never find a NASA light for some reason. I don't know. They got plenty of time to go over there and make fucking videos and graphics about how the moon should split, but they can't find one goddamn NASA link that could say so. Not one. Amazing. I've looked for almost 10 years. I haven't found it, so, I don't blame them. It doesn't exist. Most of the world, I found out today after fucking making that video with all Eric Briggs' videos in there. All it takes sometimes is that. People looked at that video that he made and said, the moon's doing that shit? I was like, damn, I got more of that response than anything today. Everybody, well, not everybody, most people are very aware that the moon should never rise, wax, roll 180 degrees, and set wane. But this group of people over here, out there in public, he actually got an astronomy name and shit out there telling people the moon's normal to be rolling around like a fucking clock and shit. Fucking funny as shit, dude. These motherfuckers. I don't think they ever counted on me making videos. Because now I can take videos and use their own videos against them. That's fucking great. Love that shit. I think I may do one on Astronomy Live next. D5, Unser, Gaza. We'll go over their videos to see what they think. We'll just do that. You're like, look at this. This motherfucker over here saying this about airplanes flying over your head, acting like the moon flies around its fucking orbit every night or some shit. I don't know, man. Flat tards? Where the hell does that even come from? Oh, it's like a plane taking off over your head. That is not what the fucking moon does, flat tard. 6.24 degrees in its fucking 360-degree orbit every 12 hours. Fucking plane flying over my head. I got a plane for these motherfuckers. How you doing? Wax and wane. That's what I'm talking about. What? What do you mean wax and wane every night? Well, watch it. Go look at Eric Briggs' videos. He'll show you it happening every night in the fucking sky. Tell you it's an illusion. Yeah, see? That, you know what? I've realized how helpful these cats actually are. The government trolls telling people it's fucking normal for this to happen. I'm going to use that. I think is so far one of the most effective. I got so many wows off of that today. I was like, holy shit. You know what? I think I'm going to start using these trolls videos to educate people because they make them. They make it. All they got to do is work with a lie. It's normal for the fucking moon to do a goddamn cartwheel. No, the fuck it is not. And we can prove that now because I make videos. You know, Eric Briggs's video takes you right to the fucking BBC guy I use to show the moon roll. He's trying to confuse anybody any way he can. That's on one of his playlists. So I went to Space Merlin. I actually subbed to the guy and told him, I said, I hope you know this motherfucker over here's got you on a playlist trying to convince people that I should see your Australian moon from my fucking front porch every night in North America. So I certainly hope you know that person is using you and your material to fucking try to convince people of that. I wonder if he'll go see Eric Briggs. Yeah, I've got a doppelganger. His name is Eric. I made a video this morning about it. Hey, kid. Hey. Bring yourself a bag down here, please. Yeah. Your dog has shat in my basement, and I'm sitting here smelling it. Yes, sir. I think you go lost another way. You better have shoes on before you come down here. No. Yeah. Go. I will unplug something. Because I'm not going to have you walking on my glass over here. I got a wet floor and glass. That would stick to your foot and slice you in half. You're just a baby. I'm not anti-dog. I'm just anti-dog shit. Sometimes Patches gets down here and over here's dirt, so she loves to dig, take a shit. I can still smell it. Yo, dog is shit in my house, man. Yeah, it stinks. Smell it? Yep, no good, huh? It smells like roach tomorrow. Throw it in the pig slot. You haven't met my doppelganger? He's a fun guy. He's running around telling everybody it's an illusion. The moon's doing cartwheels. Call it field rotation. The camera setting. I told Calgary too today because he's got them on the playlist, trying to tell people it's field rotation. Takes them to their field rotation demonstration with their fucking. They got a telescope on doing a 180-degree field rotation demonstration. Sure as hell ain't the moon doing a cartwheel. It's a fucking telescope going like this. So I let them know he's also using their shit specifically by name, trying to confuse people and make them believe that it's normal for me to see an Australian moon in my sky every night in the Northern Hemisphere. That's a big corporation. They'll eat him. I stopped playing nice with these fuckers. Start individualizing them and taking them back through what they've done to the corporations that they're using by name.
trying to pass off this fucking lie that are respected in this business, in all these businesses that they're in. This motherfucker, Daz, as a cameraman, has some of the fucking Calgary's fucking equipment and shit. So, yeah, man, I've been attacking them on YouTube, and I need to go to the people they've been using to do this to let them know who's doing it and what they're doing. And that's what I've been doing. Pretty effective so far. I've gotten a couple of, like I said, I got more wows today than anything. Wow. I was like, yeah, I know. Wow. It's fucking crazy. Fucker's been fucking with me for years. I'm over it. I'm all like, fine, man. I'll take their fucking lies that they produce and fucking use them against them. Because they're fucking lies. I'll show them what corporations, like I said, I'm going to fucking Calgary with the Eric today, and I'm taking Dazzle tomorrow. Although, what's his name? David Gray, maybe? Cops aren't even sure. He's already in trouble enough down there in New Zealand. He's being heavily investigated for child molestation by several different children in his astronomy little club. I don't even know what he calls it. I just read the news article and posted it on my Facebook. Made a movie. So I'm going to take him to Calgary tomorrow. It's already made a movie about him. I'll take that to them tomorrow, too. Fighting lies with truth becomes easier and easier every day. The more and more they lie, the easier it becomes to use their lies against them, track them down, find their real names, find out what they do in life. I was a senator's truly. I was a senator. I was North Carolina's fucking premium fucking top investigator for several years. I'm not an amateur at this. I know how to find out what color fucking underwear Dazzle wears. These fucking amateurs over here taking a government paycheck are fixing to find out exactly what the fuck degree of amateur they are. That's the funny thing. I've already got footage. I've got just like when Bobby Maverick fucked up. I got my evidence now. I'm good. I grew my hair. I went undercover. I got fucking blocked all them motherfuckers and followed around. Watch Eric Briggs fucking one day all of a sudden pop up 10 months ago, start making fucking videos on everything I make, telling people it's an illusion. Funny shit. You know where they fucked up? They fucked up with their playlists and using corporations to fucking mislead people that are very staunch on the moon doesn't fucking roll every night. Sure as fuck shouldn't. Because that's the way it is. I don't give a fuck what Eric Briggs or Astronomy Live or Dazzle Cameraman or D5's fucking Unser, each and every one of them tied to fucking Five Eyes. By news reports and their own fucking admissions. Somebody was asking me today, I said, you obviously ain't paid attention to my fucking work because I've already got that. I've already got their connections to Five Eyes. And I've made videos about this. And I'm continuing. So, yeah. Oh, no, you don't got it because that's only half of it. That's only the half of the story. That's the fun of this. Been doing this almost. Fucking, I quit working for Davis in 14 and ran into my dad's the cameraman the first time. He started making videos like 6 days after we met, using my licensed business name, and YouTube was letting him get away with it. It's still up to date. I just went there and made a video with it. Downloaded the hard copy to my fucking computer. Yeah, it's not just fucking these trolls I'm going after. Going after this lady CEO over here yapping about fucking blah blah, fucking blah. Fucking bullshit. Fucking Google. I got your number too. I got enough to prosecute Google. They're tied in with the Five Eyes. Google owns YouTube. The lady over here on this channel talking about blah, 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 blah. I own YouTube. She's the CEO for Google. Period. I'm fucking tired of these games. Fucking shadow ban me for telling truth. Fucking block me for telling truth. Fucking send fucking trolls at me for telling truth. Your logarithm attaches your troll accounts to me and sends them to me. Google. Yeah. He's so fucking busted. Motherfuckers are so busted. I know. That's what I'm saying. Oh my God. They've been literally sending employees at me. Google employees at me to fucking harass me. And I got the fucking track on it. Amateurs, man. They think they own the fucking world, so they don't give a fuck, right? So they're just going to go right out in the fucking and really sloppily do this because they don't expect anybody to fucking actually look. Who in the fuck did they think they were fucking with? Wouldn't go look. How you doing, Serge? I'm having a pretty good day today, man. It's been, I got late down here because I was doing some research on people. Went to visit a few old friends today. Tracing back cookie crumbs. It's a straight criminal fucking operation going on. If they don't like what you're talking about, the actual corporation that's asking you money to fucking use their shit and advertising your shit and using banners on my fucking shit to make money on their shit. Wow, fucking sending literal employees to fucking harass me, try and get me to get some strikes and shit, whatever. I haven't found their playbook yet, but I did find where they're holding these people that have been coming at me are employees out of Google. Five Eyes. I think so too, Serge. Everything's getting sloppy everywhere I look. I think it might be a little bit too late to worry about fixing anything. Five Eyes is doing. But I got enough to prosecute. I had enough to prosecute just having a business license and having DAZA use it, having me reported at least 12 times to YouTube and them doing nothing about it except for striking me off of their fucking channel because I was complaining. Sending Astro fuckers at me. All of them. I was like, Jesus Christ, no wonder. Well, now I know. That's good. I thought I was just dealing with a bunch of little stupid fucktards. I really did. And I started looking into it, and DAZA shined some light on it for me. Good old David Gregg, that motherfucker living in New Zealand that the cops can't even figure out his last name because he works for Five Eyes and he's fucking being investigated for child molestation. I was like, damn, that's out in public now. Hit my radar hard. I was like, Five Eyes, huh? I've heard of them. That began my investigation a year and a half ago when I started growing my hair long. Derek Bros started following me around, the CEO of fucking Microsoft International Division. Global Witness. I was like, what the fuck? Now I got Google and the Israeli Mossad following me around? This is getting good, isn't it? It's fucking hilarious. Who has a refinery? I don't know. What refinery? Bros? No, you don't know who that guy is? He used to be the vice president of Paramount Pictures, the CEO of Microsoft International Division. Okay. What else? What else we got? I mean, yeah, I don't know about refinery. He's got millions. Well, he still consults for Microsoft. And what is it? Microsoft, Paramount. God damn. Got to start in the Israeli Mossad. I made a video about the guy. A couple of them. Yeah, I know what he's got going on. He's got people coming over to my house and fucking follow me around on YouTube too. It's funny. I don't even want anything to do with that motherfucker. He used to follow me around on Facebook talking about Jesus and shit, and I was trying to hand him Bible canon. And the moon's doing cartwheels. You should probably tell people the moon's doing cartwheels. If you're talking about the Bible, you should be talking about the fucking moon doing cartwheels every night, Derek. So I was getting mad at him because he wouldn't talk about the moon doing cartwheels. So I thought he was a Jesus guy, and he was refusing to talk about Isaiah 24:23 every night in our sky. And I had unfriended his ass already because he'd asked me to be friends on 2 fucking accounts. All of a sudden, here comes fucking one of my friends. Yeah, he's all about donations too, while he's sitting there on millions. It's his Facebook recognition program. Did you ever notice that got implemented on Facebook? He threw a fit. He's still got his account because he came back with that old account on my account, yelling at Debbie Norris about fucking blah 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 on the big old long paragraph, which I, being a senator's investigator, recognize some of the terms as intel. So I was like, who the fuck? All of a sudden, I had red flags about this Derek Bros. I said, who the fuck is this guy? So I went and I Googled Derek Bros. And I came up with this guy that I recognized. I was like, nah, that ain't him. That's Weasel Dick. And I hit the fucking off button there, the little X, and did it again, a fresh page. So I didn't come up with the same thing. Bam, there he was in the middle. And I'm all like, so I went ahead and clicked on the fucking video. And as soon as his voice rang out, I was like, holy fuck. And I put a little hat on his head. I said, motherfucking Weasel Dick. You know, that guy addressing Congress in the 80s is why I decided, or in the 90s, is why I decided I didn't want to get online. He was talking up how great invasive fucking spyware is. And I'm all like, it's fucking Weasley. I actually had a name for him. Literally used to walk around talking about Weasel Dick. And I'm like, oh my God, it's the same fucking guy. It makes my hair stand up to this day. I'm all like, so then I started looking at who he is. I was like, holy mother of fuck, are you kidding? Go look up who he is. LinkedIn's got a pretty good page on him. I've done a couple of videos from his LinkedIn. Now LinkedIn won't let me even look at his fucking page. I don't know what they've done, but they're making me sign in and shit to even see his page now. So I won't even show it. So I've been back there just to fucking take a fucking screenshot of it instead of going back to one of my old videos for it. But fuck it, man. It ain't worth the shit. The motherfucker's an Israeli Mossad agent, dude. He's out there. He's been vice president of everything. He's got millions of dollars. He's out fucking. Look, he got thrown in prison for giving away troop movement. High treason. Okay. He's out 5 years early. You know, when he's popped up, he's out 5 years early wearing this black hat, running around fucking in this great big old fucking RV with land and everything, talking about, I need your money. Somebody's pulling this motherfucker's strings. Because all of a sudden, I start reading hieroglyphs and he comes out of fucking nowhere. Starts hitting me. Everybody, all of a sudden, there's a dozen people, 24 people around me that are associated with him. Everywhere I look. That's the kind of shit that started sending off real red flags. I was like, look, these motherfuckers tried to kill me. Now they got fucking Derrick Rose following me around and fucking Five Eyes. So I did some investigation on these motherfuckers that are fucking following me around, and or have been. Like I said, since I got me some information on them. I decided I didn't need to be playing games because these boys don't play games. So, yeah, I use Facebook mainly to go in there to those corporations and send out my videos, like the one I made today. I shared it on Donald Trump's page a couple times. I got promoted the other day to a premium poster on President Donald Trump's fucking Facebook page. So, but on the other one, I got blocked. So I think there's different moderators, obviously, but it's his official fucking U.S. president fucking Facebook page, and I've been posting the fuck out of my videos on it. And the Vatican, I get the Pope a couple times a day, and you know, I go around. That's what I use fucking Facebook for, to reach the public through these mechanisms which control us. I use their weapon against them really hard. That's why I unfriended everybody I had friended. I had like thousands of friends. Now I'm down to like 1,200. Because I go in there, I don't want to look at their stupid shit they're posting. That just pisses me off. Like, look at this fucking kitty. Aw. Did you know there's 3 sons converging on your ass? What the fuck are you doing on my goddamn page? Oh my god. This good shit. Good shit. Anyway, I've had a good day. I've had a good day. I made a few connections I've been looking for today. Thanks to Eric Briggs and his fucking playlist. I was like, oh my God, why don't I just do this instead of what I've been doing? So I'm going to start a new avenue tomorrow and get some of these trolls prosecuted. Legally fucking prosecuted by a corporation. So I don't have to do it. See? I'm excited. I'm all like, holy shit. You don't use people's shit like that. That's the cameraman's worst at it. He's already being prosecuted. That motherfucker's going to have a bad day this week. Because Monday starts a new week. Monday, I'm going to my fucking first Mason Wizard being a dragon. He's a wizard. Or I don't know what they call him. He's the local hub dude, though. I guess he's been in the Masons forever. And he will know the right person to get this info to. And might even open doors for me to get there quicker than I would by myself. So we'll see how that goes tomorrow. And Calgary is going to be in their offices. Guess who's getting a fucking phone call tomorrow? I ain't doing this YouTube style. I'm going to be like, did you realize there's these people on YouTube called Five Eyes and they're using your organization to try to explain to people how it's normal for our moon to be doing the fucking wax and wane every night. There's going to be some fucking pants shitting tomorrow. Wait until Astronomy Live gets a little taste of that shit. I think he might want to take down every video he's ever produced. Holy shit. I don't know why I didn't think of that long ago. Because they're actually using copyrighted material for this shit. I was like, oh damn, look at that. Look at that. They're trying to sound efficient, making it live, and they got themselves hung the fuck up is what they did. Corporate law. Oh my God. Oh. They'll take them out as individuals. Five Eyes would be like, oh, there's the bus, guys. Holy shit. Oh, I didn't mean to toss the other. Yeah, they did. They ain't gonna fuck with our ass Calgary. That's not gonna happen. They're gonna be like, damn it. It'll pay off. Somebody's getting fired. Somebody's getting fired. Somebody's gonna get fired. Hang on, where's my dance music? Somebody's gonna get fired.
That will last for 70-fold generations. If transmittable through the generations, it had to be a genetic marker. And so the tale of the deluge, the same Yahweh who has had it with mankind and seeks its elimination, but then proceeds to save it through Noah.
Oh, Grandma.
So does Yahweh, who ignored, condemned, and punished Cain, now grants him safety and protection. It makes no sense. Right, because you're talking about two different people. Again, that context, that missing context. People always say the Bible's bullshit. No, it's not bullshit. it's been turned into bullshit.
Yes, it has been turned
By
into
messing with the context around. That's why it makes no sense that, I always wondered that myself. God, that makes total sense. Why this Yahweh character is going around, condemning, punishing, and then saying
gonna
the
shit
same person all at once.
when they find this shit
No,
out.
it's because they took these two characters in Lil and Enki and made them into this Yahweh, the Tetragrammaton, the Yod He Vod He, this whole. That's what it is. As explained to a questioning Moses, the name meant "I will be whoever I will be." A universal God once acting through as a will, another time through as Enki, or in another time through other
Talk
entities.
about how normal the moon's supposed to flip.
That's the same thing you see in Buddhism.
The
That's why there's so many different
shit,
types of
all of
Buddhas. These are all different incarnations of different energies.
And I know
Different
they ain't rats.
incarnations of these different personalities.
I've checked. They're just
Protected by a
fucking
sympathetic
using
deity, the wandering Cain reached the land of Nod, eastward of Eden. There, Cain knew his wife and had a son, Enoch, which means founding or foundation. And he built a city and named it Enoch in honor of his son. Then unto Enoch, Yared was born, and Yared begot Mehujael, and Mehujael begot Methushael, and Methushael begot Lamech.
Oh, I begat.
On reaching the seventh generation, the Bible gets generous, even praiseful, with its information on the Cain line and its achievements. And Lamech took unto himself two wives, the name of one Ada, and the other Zillah. And Ada bore Jabal. He was the father of such that dwell in tents and have flocks. And his brother's name was Jubal. He was the father of all who play the harp and pipe. And Zillah too gave birth to Tubal Cain. There we go, Mason. Tubal Cain. An artificer of every particle of copper and iron, and the sister of Tubal Cain was Naamah. These accomplishments of Kenan at 90 lives another 815 years, begets other sons and daughters, and then dies at age 905. Kenan begins Mahalalel at 70, dies at 910. Malahel begets Jared in English, at 65, and dies at age 895. Jared begets Enoch at age 162 and dies at 962. There was an extraordinary occurrence when it came to the seventh patriarch, Enoch, who lived 65 years and begot Methuselah, but did not die because at age 365, the Elohim had taken him. We shall return to this significant revelation shortly. Right now, we shall continue to the record of the subsequent patriarchs to complete their list of their age counts. So that's interesting. So at 365, the Elohim came and just took Enoch away for whatever reason.
Well, yeah.
Methuselah gave birth to Lamech at age 187 and died at age 996. Lamech gave birth to Noah at age 182 and died at age 777. Noah gave birth to Shem, Ham, and Japheth at age 500. He was 600 years old when the deluge swept over the earth. While on the face of it, these numbers indicate remarkable longevity, which is expected of those closer to the genetic infusion, the list suggests that the patriarchs lived to see not just children and grandchildren, but also great-grandchildren and great-great-great-grandchildren and beyond, and died just ahead of the deluge. Thus, in spite of their extraordinary longevities, it took a mere 1,656 years from Adam to Noah. Odd or not, this lineage list of 10 pre-diluvial patriarchs leading to the hero of the deluge and to the story of the deluge unavoidably invited scholarly efforts to compare it with the 10 antediluvial kings of Berosus and his sources. Not an easy task, since the Bible's mere 1,656 years from Adam's birth to the deluge is quite different from the 432,000 years of Berosus. There have been numerous scholarly attempts of numerical gymnastics aimed at finding some common denominator between the 1,656 years and the Mesopotamian numbers. None are convincing or reasonably acceptable. Our own attempt, focusing on the obvious Noah Zisudara identity, and thus the 600 to 36,000 relationship, pointed out that since the numeral 1 in cuneiform could also mean 60, depending on its position, it could well be that biblical redactor reduced the age factor by a factor of 60. That would mean a span of 99,360 years from Adam to the deluge, still not enough to close the gap. But that the numbers don't add up is no wonder. The usual computing method is wrong to begin with. The Mesopotamian count begins with the arrival of the Anunnaki 120 stars before the deluge. The Adamic count should begin not from the same moment, but from the same time of fashioning the atom 40 stars later, and even later still, from when the individual called Adam was born. Furthermore, the Mesopotamian list gives the lengths of reign at which best should be compared to when patriarchal succession took place, not when a son was born. Using lifespan figures rather than the deaths, and multiplying those ages by 60 results in a better Berosus-like range. Adam's 930 years will become 55,800 years. Seth's 912 will be 54,720 years. The 905 of Enosh, 54,300 years, and so on. Added together, the 10 lifespans, with Enoch's count stopped at 365 and that of Noah's at 600, come to a grand total of 8,225, which multiplied by 60 results in 493,005 generations in the Cain lineage were celebrated by Lamech with a song quoted by the Bible. It combined Cain's 70-fold with an invoking of an enigmatic 77 to form a symbolic 777, 777. Excuse me for a minute here. Take a little break. In spite of its brevity, the Cain line tale in the Bible depicts a high civilization that started with a toiler of the land, passed through a Bedouin-like stage of nomadic tent dwellers who tend flocks, and mastered a transition from peasantry to city dwelling, boasting musicians and including metallurgists. If not in the pre-diluvial Eden or in the future Sumer, where did such a civilization arise? The Bible avoids telling us where Cain settled, stating only that he went to the east of Eden, toward the land of Nod, the land of wonder.
Where he went.
We are left guessing
Peru.
how far Cain went to the east of Eden, just to the lands of the Zagros Mountains that later on became Elam, Gutam, or Medea? Or did he and his family keep wandering eastward on the Iranian plateau to the metalworking land of Lerustan and the cattle-rich Indus Valley?
Peru.
Did these wanderers reach the Far East? Did they perhaps even cross the Pacific Ocean, reaching the Americas?
Peru.
It's not an absurd question, since man did somehow, sometime in the early past, reach the Americas thousands of years before the deluge.
Peru.
The puzzle is who, how, and when.
There ain't no puzzle about it
Slowly but surely,
anymore.
that's what I'm working on uncovering. Absolutely. The general scholarly assumption has been that the Sumerians and their successors in Mesopotamia had no interest in, and thus no record of, a lost line of Canaanites. But it is inconceivable that the Bible section about Cain's migration, generations, and their impressive achievements was not based on some Mesopotamian written record.
All those records.
In fact, such a very tablet, now archived in the British Museum, catalog BM 74329, transcribed, translated, and reported by A.R. Millard and W.G. Lambert in the journal Cadmos, Volume 6, speaks of a group of exiled people. Here's our boys again. Here we go. A group of exiled people who were plowmen, as Cain was, a tiller of the land, They wandered and reached a land called Danu, the Bible of the land of Nod, where their leader, named Cain, built a city whose landmark was a twin tower. Oh, great.
Yeah.
That's how far back it goes, huh? I should have known when we knew that they'd called those things in Little and Inky, yeah. He built in Danu a city with twin towers. Cain dedicated to himself the lordship over the city. The clue about a city noted for its twin towers is especially intriguing. Early human arrival in the Americas via the Pacific Ocean is not only the latest scientific conclusion, but is in accord with local native lore both in South and North America.
Yep.
In Mesoamerica, the legendary arrival by boats
Peru, baby.
was from an ancestral land of 7 caves or 7 shrines, pointing out the parallels with the 777 in the Cain-Lamech line. I wondered in the Lost Realms and in When Time Began whether the name of the Aztec capital, Tenochtitlan, the city of Tenoch, now Mexico City, might have really meant the city of Enoch, a city known when the Spaniards arrived for its twin-towered Aztec temple.
Yep.
I also speculated whether the mark of Cain, which had to be noticed and recognized by others on site, could have been the Mesoamerican men's absence of facial hair.
Could be.
The text similarities to the biblical story of Cain's wanderings in the city that he built are obvious. But the presumption is that all that took place within the geographic embrace of the Near East. A trans-Pacific, and that's the end of that chapter. We'll move on to the next chapter. Here, chapter 10, Gods and Other Ancestors. We shall never know the name, if he ever had one, of the hominid whose T-it was used by Ninmah in the genetic mixture for creating the god's workman. With a repeated trial and error, more than 100 hominid were involved. But we do know, due to additional cuneiform tablet discoveries, whose godly essence or bloodline was used in the process. Does it matter? Perhaps not much, in view of the varied other genealogical and genetic ancestors that man on Earth had in the course of time. But if some genes never died, then the issue of interest is, at least from a what-if aspect, since mankind's record from the very biblical beginnings is not a happy odyssey, it is a tale more heartbreaking than ever conceived by a Shakespeare or a Homer. A wondrous creation, the Adam is really fashioned to be a serf. Placed in a bountiful Eden, his stay is cut short by a disobeying God. Enabled to procreate, Adam is doomed to eke out a living from parched soil, and Eve is condemned to give birth in agony. They bear 2 sons, and there are 4 humans on earth. Then Cain, a tiller of the land, jealous of Abel, a shepherd, slays his brother, reducing mankind to 3. Serfdom, disobedience, fratricide, are they a part of our genetic makeup? Because we are mostly the heirs to the DNA of Earth's animal kingdom, or because the bloodline selected by the Anunnaki, the alien genes, was that of a young rebel who incited his crewmates to kill and live? Yes, this is what I've been zeroing into for a long time. This was a revelation to me. That's why we as humans have this natural thing in us to want to rebel anytime anyone tries to enslave us. Because we come from, or we have too much of this priestly lineage in us. And that's why, I think that's where a lot of this built-in sense of entitlement comes in humans as well. Where do you think that comes from? That didn't just come out of nowhere, folks. Everybody talks about these days, oh, everybody thinks they're entitled to this. Oh, yeah. That's why no one can explain where that comes from and why it's such a widespread thing. Is it because in the people who don't have the entitlement syndrome thing, it's just suppressed? Well, in some texts, including references to the creation of man, the epic of creation, The god whose blood was used is executed for being the rebel's leader. Other Atrahasis versions explain the choice as due to that god having the right tima, or translated life essence or personality, genetically speaking. We're not entirely missing. The cuneiform signs giving his name used to be read in Akkadian, Walia. New tablet discoveries in the 1990s in Sapar by Iraqi archaeologists clearly named him Allah. Not Allah as in Allah Akbar, but A-L-L-A, Allah, Allah. It just still sounds like Allah the way you say it. There's a connection, I don't know. In Akkadian and Nagar in Sumerian, an epithet name meaning metal craftsman, specifically in copper. This could suggest a deliberate choice rather than mere punishment in view of the fact that Nakash, the serpent, knower of secrets in the Bible's Garden of Eden tale, also stems from the same verb root as Nikoshek, which means copper in Hebrew. The Amorites were copper workers. That's interesting stuff. The fact that Nagar and his spouse Alatum are listed among the Enki gods in the various god lists reinforces his role as leader of the insurrection against Enlil. The soul in Egyptian metaphysics and the Book of the Dead. So this should be very interesting because we had one of our listeners interested in the Tibetan Book of the Dead, but it's all way older than that. And it all says the same thing. So the soul in Egyptian metaphysics and the Book of the Dead by Nancy Hall.
All right,
and it starts out here with a picture of a Egyptian phoenix. The Egyptians occasionally represented the phoenix as having the body of a man and the wings of a bird. This biform creature had a tuft of feathers upon its head, and its arms were upraised in an attitude of prayer.
Let's listen to this then.
The soul in Egyptian metaphysics, Bailey P. Hall.
What's up? How you doing, Deborah?
Remains locked in hieroglyph and symbol. The Egyptians were an old and wise people, dedicated as they were to the deepest religious and philosophical speculations.
Putting together purple things.
The priests and scholars of ancient Egypt were not deficient in essential learning.
I just wanted to
By essential, we mean that which is concerned with essence and principle rather than with substance and appearance.
Save that for later.
It is not easy to answer the simple question: what did the Egyptians know about the human soul?
I don't know.
Translators have not concerned themselves too much with the metaphysical speculations of the past.
Find the fuck out.
And have been content to restore the more obvious parts of mythology, history, and chronology. There is also indication that in different periods of their development, the Egyptians changed their opinions, and a survey of their surviving literature reveals certain inconsistencies. Can we say, however, that modern culture is in large agreement on the meaning of the word soul? Certainly, there are several schools of thought, and even the advancement of scientific procedure has not led to a conclusive or inconclusive definition. We know that the immortality of the soul, or a vast extension of its existence in a life beyond the grave, was assumed by the authors, compilers, and editors of the mortuary rituals. There is also much to indicate that their doctrine of immortality influenced the daily living of the Egyptians.
Well, we know how to tell if you got one.
A system of morality grounded in their religion.
Two magnetic fields.
Mariette Bay, sometime curator of the Cairo Museum, writes, as for Egypt, human life did not finish at the moment when the soul departed from the body. After combats, more or less terrible, which put to the proof the piety and moral of the deceased, the soul proclaimed just is at last admitted to the eternal abode. In the ritual of the coming forth by day, the Book of the Dead, are found such lines as, I shall not die again in the region of sacred repose. And plait for thyself a garland. Thy life is everlasting. James Bonwick points out frequent references to what he calls conditional immorality. In other words, the life in the afterworld must be earned or desired or sought after with great diligence. Even in this religion, those who are worthy to be saved are called the elect. Hence, the numerous prayers presented by the deceased or his survivors are usually supplications to the divine powers that the soul may live.
Hey, you.
In one place, the ritual causes the dead man to cry out, "Let me not die with the king who lives for a day."
There you go. Thank you.
In another place, the petition for immortality is presented in the words, "Let me partake of thy everlastingness." The goddess Nut, as the bestower of the water of immortality or the fruit of the tree of life, is another testimony of conditioned immorality. Apparently, it is within the power of this deity to deny her gifts and thus deprive the soul of future existence in the Elysian fields. The Egyptologist Lenormant has emphasized another important detail of Egyptian psychology. He noted that in the rituals, the soul no longer retained its name, but was referred to under the name of the god Osiris. He writes, "In fact, the end of the prayers which they pronounce for the dead, the supreme beatitude consists in the absorption into the bosom of the universal pantheism, the fusion and identification of the soul with the divinity which resides in the entire world. This is seemingly sustained by a tablet inscription which promises the soul certain benefits when it joins itself to the gods." That doesn't sound like something I would trust.
We're going to get some benefits.
It is not certain, however, that the Osirification of the soul of the dead actually indicated its reabsorption into the nature of divinity. Hey, stop! Get out of the window. What's your problem? My cat is going apeshit.
Joe's got cats!
It is not certain, however, that the Osirification of the soul of the dead actually indicated its reabsorption into the nature of divinity, but also implied that the soul had attained the condition of an embodied God and therefore had powers of intercession and might properly be given a of living in the world. There is much also to suggest that Indian philosophy reached Egypt at an early date. The Vedas contain such hymns as "Place me, O purifier, in that divine, unchanging region where perpetual light and sunshine abide." The Egyptian practice of mummifying their dead was involved in their concept of immortality. They usually represented the soul in one of its aspects as guardian or protector of the tomb and the sanctified remains of the deceased. They seem to feel that the psychic nature found comfort or consolation from proximity to the mummy. The belief certainly existed that the soul would ultimately be reunited with the body, and the resurrection which followed the last judgment and preceded the dissolution of the world. In their practical ethical code, they assume that the transition of the soul changed neither in its character nor in its appearance. In the ritual, when the scribe Ani and his wife entered the judgment hall of Osiris to be tested, they were represented according to their normal earthly forms. In all probability, the prevailing belief assumed the perpetuation of personal identity. Otherwise, there would have been little need to bury a man's utensils and clothing and even food in his grave. At certain periods in their development, the Egyptians drifted towards an acceptance of the doctrine of metempsychosis. But the rituals hardly indicated that it was prevalent. Probably it was reserved, as in most classical nations, as a teaching for the wise, whose inquiring mind sought deeper explanations for the mystery of death. Charms, talismans, amulets, and spells were calculated to protect the soul in its transition, which again hints of conditional immortality. The ethical implications are deeper, however. Among most primitive peoples, there was a marked distinction between the accidents of life and the intents of living. The young man did not become a member of his tribe or nation simply by reaching maturity. His citizenship had to be earned and could be withheld if he failed in the trials and tests to which he was subjected. It was only a reasonable extension of this idea to consider death an accident, but immorality an intent. It also must be deserved. The physical world has the pronaos of the external temple. Nobility of character and integrity of conduct justified a good hope for the afterlife. Even the virtuous man, however, had to be further tested and proved before a jury of his peers before he became an active citizen of a mente.
I'm gonna have to get a new fucking.
They're referring to mente, like the halls of mente, like it's a place.
Shit.
That's interesting stuff.
Zeroing in on what's
Alfred
wrong with my shit.
Weidemann, in his Religion of the Ancient Egyptians, stated that the followers of the Osirian cult
Damn.
developed a doctrine of immortality which in precision and extent surpasses almost any other that has been devised. After death, the body of the deceased was given to professional embalmers who mummified the remains
That should fix it.
and caused it to become an Osiris. It will be remembered that this deity was usually represented as a mummy. The symbol for this physical body after the departure of its higher nature was called the Ka. And the ideogram for this was a dead fish. It is important to remember that in the religion of this people, the fish was therefore a symbol of mortality, probably due to the rapidity with which it putrefied. Although there are some inconsistencies in the various Egyptian records, it was customary to consider that the soul which departed from the body and had an existence in a more subtle state was not a simple entity, but a very complex composite creature. It was even held that after death, the parts of the soul separated and had independent existences on the various levels and planes of the afterlife. Thus, souls engaged in various activities, as depicted in the Egyptian mortuary art, were not necessarily complete psychic beings, but only fragments of man's psychic constitution. These parts were held together by the physical body, but after the death of the body were no longer inevitably associated. The 7 parts of the soul were the Ka, the principle of the body, the Ba, the soul of the breath, the Kaba, the shade and the astral lightness, the Aku, the intelligence or perceptive power, the Seb, the ancestral soul, the Puta, the leader or intellectual father, and the Atmu, the divine or eternal soul. Each of these, with the possible exception of the Atmu, had a formal structure capable of ultimate disintegration. As the body or Ka returned to the elements from which it came, unless it was mummified or osirified, so each of the other parts of the soul had a transitory existence, unless it passed through a mystery of perpetuation. In this septenary must be added an 8th power, which is the sum of the other 7, and which was referred to as the bestower of future life. This was the Horus soul, man's participation in everlastingness. In the more simple terminology, the Egyptians used the word Ka, or intangible likeness, to cover the concept of something surviving in the physical world pertaining to the person who has departed. Thus, for example, the Ka was the image of the dead surviving in the memory of the living. It might also take on appearance in the dream state. This Ka could not die until the last living person who could conjure a personal memory of the dead had also departed. Then there was the Ren, which was the name of the deceased. When this was spoken, it caused an image to arise in the mind. A portrait or likeness of the deceased was similar to his name. It had the magical power of causing the dead to live again in the thoughts of the survivors. The Ka was honored by the funerary prayers and offerings. These were of no value to the mummy, but could bring consolation to the shadow. The ka could return to the mummy, enter into it, animate it internally, and cause a kind of inner existence. In the ritual, it speaks of the ka living in its coffin. It was this compound that lived the quiet and peaceful existence in the tomb and enjoyed all the personal objects that had been interred with the dead. The concept of the ka, or the phantom image, recurs among many primitive peoples. Among the savage tribes, a camera has always been viewed with grave suspicion. The picture of a person becomes part of the paraphernalia of magic. If the likeness is destroyed, the individual will die. The infernal dolls of the Medici, the bewitched trees of the ancient Hawaiians, and similar evil devices are related to this general theme. In psychology, the thought or memory image can play an important part in certain psychoses. Mentally unbalanced individuals have actually committed suicide to destroy the image of another person, which has become an obsession. There are phases of this subject that have never been adequately examined.
That's wrong.
The Ba, or the breath soul, represented as a transmission of the breath of life. The Egyptians believed, like the Chinese, that there was only one breath and that this was transmitted from the ancestor to his descendant. Gerald Massey quotes a Chinese scholar as saying, quote, "Though we speak of individuals and distinguish one from the other, yet there is in reality but one breath that animates them all. My own breath is identical to the breath of my ancestors." It should be understood on this level that the Ba was not a continuity of consciousness, but merely the vital principle, the soul breath energy in which all living things share. There is only one energy which has always existed and will always exist. It is both animating and nutritive. Like an electric current, it sustains a variety of functions, yet can never be identified that the electricity coming from one generator is essentially different or separate from that coming from another generator. Electricity in man is transmitted to his descendants, and precisely the same force is also present in the creatures around him. The Ba corresponds to the concept of a vital body, the invisible source of all visible functions. This body is sustained by the breath, through which the electrical energies are subtly gathered and carried into the living constitution to animate and perpetuate its vital processes. The Kaaba was a luminous, intangible covering of the Ba. Under certain conditions, the Kaaba was visible as an aura. I guess it's maybe a word similar to aurora. Aurole. It corresponds to the astral body of what is that guy's name? That's from Pericles. Paracelsus. It corresponds to the astral body of Paracelsus. In the Egyptian language, Kab meant to veil or to cover, kind of like a cult. For this reason, it was symbolized by a sunshade. The Kaaba was related to the animal propensities of the human being. In a way, it parallels the lower aspect of the Greek psyche. Among the phenomena which it produced were motion and emotion. It sustained the sensory perceptions and was responsible for the phenomena of color, tonal harmony, and the circulation of the blood. The Kaaba, if intensified by sensual living, caused fantasies and hallucinations. It was responsible for delusion and was sometimes called the sin body. In its higher aspects, it bestowed emotional sensitivity and such impulses and instincts as veneration and proficiency in the creative arts. It was the root of the family instinct, love of children, and the impulse to generate or perpetuate one's kind. Under exaggeration, it sustained puce. What is puce? Jealousy, fear, and anxiety. It was volatile, and might extend its influence to other persons where it was sensed or felt. In the Kaaba, the Egyptians believed that the rays of the 7 planets converged and manifested their forces through the symbolism of the 7 cardinal virtues or the 7 deadly sins. Here also reposed the element of self-deception in the positive and negative poles of imagination. The Kaaba also played an important part in diseases, for it was the abode of the psychic pattern by which the body was ultimately afflicted. The Aku was the seat of intelligence and mental perception. Here the whole mystery of the human mind was comprehended. The mind was an entity in itself and could have an independent existence. Only during physical life was the mind of a man the instrument of his spirit. After the dissolution of the body, the mind continued as a thinking mechanism, neither ensouled nor ensouling. Even during life, the mind had its own power to think. It could therefore think against the spirit, thus bringing about internal conflict. Only when the spirit exercised its own divine prerogatives could it control and direct the mind. The lazy spirit, therefore, was the victim of its own intellect. The concerns of the mind were primarily the survival of its own thinking processes. It could continue to think, but the quality of the mentation was similar to that observable among the living when they failed to dedicate the mind to some noble purpose beyond itself. Actually, the mind had no interest in the lower parts of the soul or in the body itself. Therefore, unless led by inner wisdom, it would betray the body as quickly as it would betray the spirit. The ancients likened it to a wild horse that could not be ridden by a brave, could only be ridden by a brave and skillful rider. It would serve man under duress, but freed from aggressive leadership, it would return to its native habits. And the Aku were a variety of attributes, not only thought, but reason, judgment, analysis, and the reflective faculty which reacted to the perceptive power. All of these faculties, from perception to memory, could be trained and disciplined, and they end dedicated to the service of the higher being. The Egyptian considered his mind to be as much a body as his corporeal form. It is quite possible that other nations followed this symbolism. The creatures of Dante's Inferno are not necessarily immortal spirits in perdition, but the separate emotional or mental bodies of the dead disintegrating back into their native substances. The bodies and not the spirits that inhabited them came to the various judgments with which their deeds deserved. This explains the statement that, quote, the soul that sinneth shall die, without denying another statement, but the spirit shall return to the God that gave it. Much of Egyptian philosophy deals with the deaths of the 7 souls. The Seb, or the ancestral soul, was the 5th division of the psychic nature. It was believed that it took up its abode in the human being at puberty or adolescence. The evidence of the presence of the Seb was the power of the human being to generate his own kind. There were elaborate rituals attendant upon the psychological processes which heralded the coming of maturity. It is believed that the early Christian practice of saving the souls of children by baptismal grace originated in this Egyptian doctrine. The ancestral soul represented, therefore, the transmission of the power of reproduction from one generation to another. Plato considered the procreative function as the 8th part of the soul. Among the primitive people, there was much folklore that children who died before the development of the self-creative power became elves or sprites. Needless to say, such accounts are entirely symbolical. The Ptah was called the first intellectual father. It would be associated with the mental maturity of the individual and the attainment of political majority. We suppose that a person who has reached his 21st year is entitled to vote and to assume the responsibilities of self-determination. While the Aku, the perceptive phase of intelligence, was already seated in the body, the coming of the Ptah marked the true union of the brain and the mind. From then on, it was assumed that intellect governed conduct, that judgment and reflection should be cultivated. In a sense, therefore, it was the puta that established the first fact of the person. In the Egyptian ritual, Horus is said to have come forth from the brain of Osiris, his father. In the after-death symbolism, both the Seb and the Ptah possessed in themselves the power of self-perpetuation. Therefore, they were immortal souls, capable of surviving the dissolution of the body and continuing as conscious beings in the afterworld.
So I need to get into more of this because
The
ain't never
Atma, the
heard that
divine
version.
or eternal soul, is reminiscent of the Hindu term Atman, meaning the highest or the most spiritual part. This was further identified with the god Atmu, the seventh creation, who inspired the breath of life everlasting. In the ritual, the seventh soul was identified with parenthood. The birth of the first child substantiated the presence of the full creative power.
And the funny thing is,
On the occasion of parenthood, therefore, the soul exclaims,
all I'm getting out of the soul stuff is pretty much confusion of Anunnaki breaking down how we shouldn't think. One, or feel. Two, and what I got out of it was that Horus was birthed out of Osiris's fucking head. I had never heard that version of that. And I was like, well, it kind of makes sense because Osiris is that black fucking dead sun that's providing a moon to that huge blue fucking planet next to it. And they orbit Horus. So, yeah, I want to find that and read it. Now I gotta look for something like.
I am created forever. I am a soul beyond time. This seventh soul was created by the gods, who provided it with its shapes and parts. It was the reserved soul, inexplicable in its origin, the greatest of secrets. It should further be understood that these seven souls were not present in the individual as separate entities, but as a separate substance. In each step, the lesser was absorbed into the greater, until the seventh contained the others. At death, however, there was a division, and the substances of the lesser souls could not attend the greater in the field of Amenti. These parts, if they may be so called, return to their elements and substances, and of them it is said, the soul that sinneth, it shall die. The three higher parts of the soul survive to form the body of the person in the afterlife. They were brought together under the general figure and appearance of the deceased. They resembled the departed form, and it was in this body that the Osirified dead entered the hall of the great judgment. We know that the Egyptians died in the full conviction of immortality. In the ancient carvings and inscriptions, the soul bird hovers above the mortal remains, bearing in its talons the symbols of life and breath. As the man-headed hawk, it spreads its wings patiently above the head of the embalmed body. It guards and protects the mortal remains. At some periods, the Egyptians went through elaborate rituals to bind the soul to the tomb so that it might protect its former bodily habitation. Gradually, however, the Egyptian concept of the afterlife unfolded and deepened until it came to be the homeland of the blessed. There was also enough available information to suggest that some Egyptians believed in metempsychosis. It's quite possible that the Greek philosophers learned of this doctrine from the priests of Egypt. Of course they did. Return to this world was regarded, however, as a punishment for sin, much as in popular Buddhism. The soul that was weighed in the balance and found wanting was devoured by typhoon. This deity, part crocodile and part hog, represented matter and was supposed to live in the mud along the banks of the Nile. According to the symbolism, mortality and materiality swallowed up those who could not pass the final examination or were judged guilty by the great jury of the gods. During the brief period of the Akhenaten reform, a strong mysticism colored Egyptian metaphysics. The direct experience of God, the power of the soul to attain union with the spiritual source of life, overshadowed the older and more somber beliefs. But Atenism was short-lived, and the state religion gained ascendancy over the foreign cult. Something remained, however, for beauty and truth never died. The later Egyptian religious dramas were strengthened by a broader and deeper idealism. Horus interceded with his father for the souls of the dead. He asked forgiveness for the sins of the flesh, and Osiris was merciful and quick for forgiveness. The soul went on to become, in the end, one with the stream of lives that flowed back into the heart of the eternal God. All right, so we're at the end of that chapter. The next chapter is the Book of the Dead. So this will get into more of the Egyptian Book of the Dead, which is where all the other Book of the Dead spawned from. And I think this is going to really go a lot farther towards explaining some of the questions that some of you out there have pertained to this stuff. One of our listeners wanted me to read the Tibetan Book of the Dead, and I attempted, but just doesn't make for good radio. So, yeah, I think this is going to actually probably do just as good of a job as kind of giving you the same information, but sort of in the condensed and easily digestible way that Manly P. Hall presents it. So, the Book of the Dead. This book is a great mystery. Let it never be learned by any stranger. Let no man or woman ever utter the words thereof. Let no eye behold it. Let no ear hear it. Thou shalt not put it into the mouth of the multitude, but only into thine and into that of the friend of thine hearth. Suffer no one of the common folk to see it. It shall provide food for the deceased in the underworld, and for his soul also upon earth. It shall make him to live forever and ever, and no evil thing shall gain mastery over him. From the papyrus of the royal mother, Nechmet. The surviving literature of ancient Egypt challenges the research student with a variety of problems. By far the larger number of papyrus scrolls discovered to date consist of funeral texts. That is, they deal principally with matters pertaining to death, the condition of the human being in the afterlife, and magical formulas to preserve the soul from the dangers of the transition from the world of the living to the abode of the blessed dead. A few papyri of a scientific or literary nature are known, but even these are dominated in spirit by the psychology of the funerary texts. It would seem that death and the gods exercised a curious fascination over the mind of Egypt. This is true not only of the books, but of the inscriptions on the walls of palaces and tombs. The tendency of Egyptian rulers to mutilate the historical records of their predecessors may account in part for the scarcity of records relating to profane history. The Book of the Dead is a singularly unfortunate modern selection of a title to cover the principal nucleus of Egyptian literary remains. The reason for the designation is obvious, but the impression created is strangely inadequate. The text is dominated by a spirit of transcendental magic. It is a guide to conduct in the world to come and bears witness to the basic ethical convictions of the ancient Egyptians. Although usually buried with the dead inscribed upon the walls of the tomb or written upon the mummy cases and burial wrappings, the texts were equally important to the living. It may be assumed that the Book of the Dead was essentially a scripture inspiring to a life of virtue and equipping the believer to face his spiritual future with a good hope. The Egyptians presented the secrets of their religious philosophy so successfully that no satisfactory account of their theology, cosmology, or anthropology has descended to us. It may be assumed from the mortuary text that the Egyptians possessed a highly organized, mystical, and philosophical tradition. We must depend, however, upon later writings such as those of Plutarch for an explanation of the earlier doctrines. Religion was practiced in the form of state mysteries. These were celebrated under the oath of secrecy, and so complete was the veneration of the people that the required silence was never profaned. The Rosetta Stone, given to the world of scholarship by the foresight and insight of Napoleon I, unlocked the mysteries of the Egyptian language. It seemed for a moment that the veil had been torn from the old sanctuary, and it only remained to decipher the monuments. After the first enthusiasm had worn off, it became evident that the Rosetta Stone created several new difficulties for each of the old problems that it solved. Certain hieroglyphical groupings could be read, but the psychological implications and overtones were lacking. In fact, the Egyptologist is still without any adequate means of interpreting the life, beliefs, customs, and religions of the peoples inhabiting the valley and the delta of the Nile. For instance, what impelled the Egyptians to bury the Book of the Dead with the remains of important persons? The manuscripts themselves differ widely, and with the passing of time, the texts were generally corrected. Only a few of the most important papyri may be said to even approximately be complete. For the most part, the rolls contained extracts and fragments, and the extent of the manuscript is in ratio with the wealth and importance of the deceased. A papyrus such as that of the priest Ani, now in the British Museum, is a magnificent and elaborate production. The vignettes and scenes are vividly colored, and the representations of the priest Ani are probably portraitures. Such a scroll, turn page, there you go. Such a scroll undoubtedly prepared, especially by the scribes of an important temple. More commonly, however, it would seem that the texts were prepared in quantity. Possibly many temples maintained staffs of scribes whose principal duty was to write out funeral texts. The copies of various lengths and qualities of workmanship were available at all times and at a variety of prices. After the selection of an appropriate roll, the priest then inserted in spaces left vacant for the purpose the name and titles of the deceased. In some instances, one or two figures representing the dead man or woman might also be added to the prepared form. The majority of the manuscripts are written in black only, although red may occur in a few places. Was it assumed that the presence of this manuscript brought unusual comfort to the soul of the departed? Did the soul require the assistance of this book as a guide to deportment or as a source of certain prayers and incantations? In substance, was it the text that was useful, or was it the mere presence of the roll that was indispensable? Egypt shared with other ancient nations the practice of burying with the dead some articles and utensils that would add comfort and convenience to the establishment the deceased would set up in the other world. It is difficult to imagine that the Egyptians, a highly cultured people, could have believed that physical furniture could have been useful in the metaphysical sphere beyond the grave. Certainly, they robbed their own tombs with enough regularity to demonstrate that the furniture and fixtures remained useless in the sepulchre. Let us go back a little into the records of primitive beliefs. Prior to the time when men believed in heaven,
Colorado,
in a world somewhere in extra-dimensional vistas, they assumed that the dead continued their existence under the ground. The tomb itself was the house of the dead. Here the departed perused the interests which had dominated him during life. Naturally, friends and relatives desired the happiness of the departed one. If he had been a banker during life, he would require his scales and banking table. When he awoke from the sleep of transition and tidying up his tomb, resumed his usual activities. The warrior would feel lost without his weapons, his armor, and perhaps his favorite horse. The aristocrat would require his best clothes, favorite ornaments, and likely a servant or two. Therefore, slaves might be buried with him. And that explains that discussion when we talked about that in the Sitchin reading, Giants Upon the Earth. Almost anything which had been useful or important during life, from food to a favorite wife, would contribute to the well-being of the illustrious departed. The factor of propriety was also considered. A successful man could not be expected to face the abstract problems of eternity without the style to which he had previously been accustomed. Why should anyone labor for years to accumulate unless he can take with him the products of his endeavors? Oh, so you can take it with you. They always say, oh, you can't take it with you. Not according to Egyptians. According to Egyptians, them motherfuckers say you can take it with you. You can take it with you. You can take whatever the fuck you want. In fact, if you got a couple of buddies and you just couldn't do without them two motherfuckers in life, pow, pow, we'll put a cap in their ass and throw them in there with you. How about them apples? So yes, apparently you can take it with you. Hey, buddy, I'm dying next week. Want to go with me? Oh, too late. That's crazy. Incidentally, the question has not been entirely answered to the satisfaction of moderns. We are still afflicted with the morbid probability of departing empty-handed from this vale of tears after devoting the best years of our lives to the improving of our material estate. Somewhere, sometime, a new dimension was added to man's perspective towards the afterlife. If the deceased became a spirit, then he required not material, but spiritual furniture to comfort him in his new abode. Chairs and tables and chariots and various utensils and implements, though in themselves inanimate, also had spirit forms. These could be released by a symbolical method of killing the object. When a primitive American Indian of the Southwest died, his favorite bowl might be placed beside him in the grave. But first, a round piece was knocked out of the bottom of the bowl so that it was no longer serviceable for any material use. In this way, it was killed. Its spirit was released to go with its owner on into the ghost world. One of the reasons why so many trinkets and remains found in ancient Indian graves are mutilated is because they were killed. This is an important phase of primitive magic. It is impossible to dogmatize at this late date about the motives and circumstances which led ultimately to the discontinuance of the early custom of burying the belongings of the dead in the tomb of their recent owner. If human nature was the same long ago as it is today, utility may have dictated a reforming policy. Good furniture, fine raiment, and costly jewels were of greater use to the living than to the dead. Why deprive survivors of their rightful heritage with a lock a variety of valuable belongings in the oblivion of the tomb? Why again so load these vaults with treasures that grave robbers were tempted to desecrate the tombs and disturb the rest of the hallowed dead? To meet this change of viewpoint and still supply the deceased with the luxuries befitting his estate, it became fashionable to substitute models for the original articles. This also allowed a much wider variety of objects to be enclosed in the vaults. Miniature houses, ships, and whole retinues of diminutive clay dolls brought their spirits to the tomb. Blocks of clay sheet, little wooden chairs and tables, reasonable facsimiles of jewels and implements were stored away to become the wealth of the dead. During the dynastic periods in Egypt, these small models, including representations of the deceased himself, gods and godlings, and symbols of hope and immortality, were arranged with lavish profusion in the chambers of the tomb. In the case of the pharaoh or other persons of exceptional prominence, actual treasures were sealed in the tombs. For the rest, the models and figurines served the same purpose, rejoicing the spirit which awoke from the sleep of death to find itself in a accustomed and congenial environment. The Egyptians did not mummify all of their dead. This dignity was reserved for persons of wealth and quality. The population in general followed the primitive practice of interring bodies in a circular hole of no great depth. The body was placed in the opening with the knees drawn up under the chin, either seated or lying on one side. The posture symbolized the position of the embryo in the womb for the grave, which marked the end of mortal life. Was the place of rebirth into heaven? It was the place of rebirth into the heaven and world beyond. Thus, the tomb became the symbol of the womb. Womb to tomb, from womb to tomb. Yeah, that's how they got you, right? That's kind of fitting. Yep. They get you from womb to tomb. As soon as you're born, you already fucking, boom, you already owe money to the world. And when you die, yeah, well, there's a huge tax on that. Tomb to womb, baby, tomb to womb. Not cradle to grave, fuck that. Tomb to womb. As time went on, either changes in the religious temper of the people or that curious indifference which marks the descent of funerary rituals resulted in further modification in the burial rites. The miniature objects and utensils were no longer prepared with great care. Apparently, it was enough merely to indicate the nature of the object represented. The soul of the deceased found comfort not in the small models, but in their spirits, and it was not necessary to devote much time to the little objects themselves. Apparently, a crude chair had just as good a spirit as a finely molded replica. It was only the power of the chair itself that survived. By magic, incantation, and ritual, the crude clay representation could be endowed with all the qualities necessary. So the model gradually gave place to the picture, which was a magic form of paper on papyrus. The picture, in turn, was modified into a word, which gave the same sense of security to its late owner. He enjoyed reading the list of his earthly belongings just as much as their actual presence. A friend of mine who had devoted some years to research in Egypt told me that even the Book of the Dead might be represented in the tomb by a miniature roll of blank papyrus made into the usual shape and therefore symbolizing the book. It does not appear, however, that this modification attained universal popularity. Some of the scrolls are so badly done that they are a little more than symbols of the actual work. At this time, there is not enough information available to clarify entirely the status of the Book of the Dead in the life of the old Egyptians. Professor Breasted, the most distinguished Egyptologist, told me that he was convinced that this book contained the ritual of a sacred drama performed by the living of the ancient temples. He justified his remarks by saying that he had personally examined the manuscripts of this work, which had been marginated with prompter's marks and notes indicating entrances and exits. The ritual was evidently part of the primitive mask cult. When a priest or even a consecrated layman put on the mask or likeness of one of the gods, he became identical with that god. The various persons of the Egyptian dramatic ritual put on the masks, crowns, and regalia of the divinities and carried the symbols associated with these divine beings. Immediately, these priestly actors became the very gods they represented, which accounts for descriptions found in old writings in which initiates in the state mysteries declare that they had been in the presence of the gods and had conversed with them. It should not be supposed that these masked priests were party to an imposture or deceit. The supplicants were fully aware that human beings were wearing the masks, but they were also convinced that the wearer was united to the gods and was possessed by the gods and by a mystical transubstantiation, which might bestow to him the virtues of the gods. The pyramid texts are early inscriptions, largely incantations discovered on the walls of the royal tombs of the 5th and 6th dynasties of Saqqara. These inscriptions are the oldest source of our knowledge about the funeral magic of Egypt. The inscriptions have been translated, but the translations are now regarded with certain reservation. Gradually, over a long period of time, covering an interval of nearly 3,000 years, fragments of prayers, incantations, magic rites, mystic symbolism, and abstract philosophical notions flowed from diverse sources into a common repository or reservoir of literary remains. The conglomerate mass we know as the Book of the Dead. The texts abound in repetitions, and there are not a few discrepancies. Different chapters and verses have widely different origins in terms of both place and time, and a variety of psychological elements are mingled in what appears to be a hopeless confusion. The Book of the Dead accumulated, gained prestige and importance as it became more obviously a monument of ancient times. We normally invest antiquity with an aura of prestige. The thing that is old is rare. That which is rare is valuable and highly prized. Gradually, origins are forgotten and the work itself emerges as an indisputable authority supported by an antiquity of tradition. No people as highly civilized and as intellectually mature as the Egyptians could fail to recognize the necessity of clarifying its own traditions. Between the 18th and 20th dynasties, the Egyptians seem to have attempted to edit and revise their Book of the Dead. This revision is now called the Theban Recension. The manuscripts continue to differ in content, but this difference takes the form of omissions from a dominant text. It seems, therefore, that a prime text had been drawn up and decided upon. This approved version became the source of the manuscripts by various priests. The text could be and was abridged in various ways, but these abridgments do not represent versions, but extractions from a dominant version. The recension brought conflict to an end, eliminated repetition, and changed the status of the whole work. It was no longer a basket of fragments. It was now a book with the required elements of scriptural writing: form, uniformity, and conformity. In the state period, the Book of the Dead consisted of 165 chapters or sections. It is not yet certain that this collection represented the entire work, and no text exists in which all of the sections appear in a single manuscript. It is necessary here to diverge slightly in order to understand the religious convictions of the Egyptians. Without understanding this peculiar structure of the Book of the Dead, it is virtually incomprehensible. Egypt emerged into the historical period as a nation made up of previously independent tribes and provinces. These original divisions, though bound into an empire, retained their internal individuality and independence. This independence endured to the time of the conquest by the Romans. Each of the ancient provinces had its own pantheon of gods and priesthoods to administer the rituals and ceremonies. The 42 provinces were called nomes, and each had a patron deity. It was a peculiar system, for the supreme god of one province was a subordinate divinity in other provinces. Sometimes through marriage or conquest, divinities enlarged their spheres of influence, as in the case of Ra and Osiris, whose increasing popularity was due to the enlarged sphere of influence gained by their votaries, or votaries. Actually, therefore, Egypt never had a unified religion, and the faith cannot be reduced to any basic pattern. There were many supreme gods, one for each nome, and the theologies were as numerous as the districts. In matters of cosmology, there was so much confusion that while certain general beliefs were widely held, there was infinite diversity in all detailed particulars. It does not appear that the Egyptians ever attempted to formalize their faith. The only way the conflict can be circumvented is to select a dominant religious group and assume that this is representative of the whole. This is satisfactory in general, but it is not susceptible of examination in detail. For instance, it has never been settled satisfactorily as to whether Egypt followed a monotheistic or pantheistic faith. Certainly there were many gods, but it is quite conceivable that each of the names practiced monotheism. That is, recognized one supreme deity. This provincial monotheism became a state pantheism as the power of the central dynasty grew. Egyptian democracy included the democracy of divinity, the theological form of states' rights. In the Book of the Dead, the soul of the deceased is judged by a jury of 42 divinities, and these may be related to the principal gods of the 42 provinces, each of whom has a seat on the Supreme Council and is judge over one of the 42 divisions of the negative confession of faith. This negative confession is the code of Egyptian morality and ethics, and it is interesting that it should be divided into the same number of parts as the empire itself. Egypt gradually came under the influence of the religious beliefs of neighboring cultures and civilizations. In addition, therefore, to the indigenous gods, there were a number of foreign deities partly assimilated into the various local pantheons. For a detailed consideration of this problem, the reader is referred to The Gods of the Egyptians by Sir E. A. Wallace Budge. The most popular deity of the Egyptians was the god Osiris. It appears that originally he was the local divinity of the province of Busiris. As the distinguished Egyptologist Mariette Bay has pointed out, this deity is seldom referred to in inscriptions prior to the 6th dynasty. By the 12th dynasty, Osiris was fully established as Lord of the world of the dead. And by the 18th dynasty, his cult reached a place of dominance in the spiritual life of the Egyptian people. It would not be correct to say, however, that he was accorded equal honors in all provinces. Osiris is certainly a form of the universal savior divinity. He combines both human and divine attributes, and it was believed that in a remote time he had ruled over Egypt as a divinity king. Though by nature a god, he was born into the physical world to become a benefactor of humanity. He taught his people the mysteries of agriculture and instructed them in the use of the sacred water of the Nile. It was Osiris who designed the elaborate system of canals, irrigation ditches, and set up the laws for the equal distribution of the water. He devised an instrument to measure the inundations. This is what is called the Nilometer. And because of its shape, this device was identified with a cross of life. The god Osiris brought peace and order to his kingdom, and then, accompanied by a vast retinue of physical heroes and divine creatures, he journeyed forth to convert the whole world to ways of peace and honor. The powers of evil in the form of Typhon conspired against Osiris and finally destroyed him. He died the death of a mortal being and was buried in the tomb. But after 3 days, he rose from the dead to become the judge of the living and the dead. Yeah, I wonder where they got that story from. I wonder where they get the whole Jesus story from. I mean, Jesus Christ on a cracker. It's the Osiris story. Hello? God damn, Christians still don't see that, huh? It's just right there. But no. It's not true. Story of Jesus is one of a kind. He rose, however, not as a mortal, but as a spirit, and as a spirit appeared to his sister, the widow Isis. This goddess conceived of the Holy Spirit and brought forth a son of immaculate conception. This son was named Horus. He was a widow's son, and in him Osiris himself returned to the world. There's a question as to whether Horus was identical with his own father, but certainly Osiris dwelt in him, and through him performed the great work of salvation. Horus assembled the army of the elect, called the army of the sons of the Golden Hawk. In the last great war, the followers of Horus overcame the evil legions under Typhon and restored the Golden Age. Osiris then is the dying god, the world sacrifice, the pledge of righteousness. He is usually represented with his body wrapped in mummy cloth, signifying death and the grave. But from the mummified body emerged the head, shoulders, and arms of the living god. At a fairly early date, Osiris was identified with the soul of the world and of nature. He was life imprisoned in form, vitality, mysteriously locked in the dark shell of substance. He was the germ in the seed that cannot live again unless it dies. Some writers believe that his cult originated among an agricultural people, and that the god himself represented growing grain. There is at least one figure of the deity known in which he is shown with his body entirely covered with sprouting plants.
Oh, motherfucker.
All right, let's continue Mammoth Bee Hall here. It was part of Egyptian ritual that the dead were immediately identified with Osiris. When a man died, his old identity ceased, and his spiritual nature, which survived the grave, was referred to simply as Osiris. This adds considerable confusion to the mortuary texts, For the deceased person always speaks as Osiris
How y'all doing?
and may address the god as Osiris to Osiris. The soul or spirit double of the human being was called a Ka, and the hieroglyph for it was in the form of upraised hands. This Ka was strangely dependent upon physical conditions even after it had departed from the mortal life. It required food and depended for its happiness upon rites and ceremonies by the living. The Ka was also sorely distressed if his tomb was violated. Severe penalties imposed for the desecration of tombs would indicate that grave robbery was common and constituted a distinct problem among the ancient Egyptians. We've already mentioned the various articles buried with the dead to comfort the estate of the Ka. To the previous description may be added the Ushabeti figures. These were little images from 1 inch to 12 or 14 inches high. They were made of wood, clay, or faience, and in design resembled small mummies. These little figures were usually inscribed with prayers and magical formulas. Several hundred might be placed in a single tomb. When the Ka required any labors to be performed which were distasteful to it, it could call upon the souls of the Ushbeti. And these like obliging little gnomes would hasten to accomplish the necessary task. The Ka required numerous rituals performed by surviving relatives and friends to assure its security. Failing to receive this assistance, it might become vengeful and punish those who did not perform their duties. Like the Christian soul in purgatory, the Ka needed the consolation of its faith and the Egyptian equivalent of the Mass for the dead. Before the Ka could enter the place of peace, the Amenti, or Elysian fields, it must stand in judgment before the god Osiris in the great hall of the Twin Truths. Here the Lord of Alu, seated upon a throne and surrounded by attendant divinities and the jurors, listened to the negative confession, which was spoken by the heart of Osiris the deceased. If the soul was justified by its own works, it might then proceed into the green pastures watered by the celestial Nile. Here, according to the older version, the soul dwelt in eternal tranquility as one of the blessed Osiris dead. The occupations of the soul were similar to its earthly activities, but there was no longer any pain or disappointment or suffering. If the soul failed in the last judgment, its fate was uncertain. The Egyptians did not seem to have any clear picture of the condition of so-called lost souls. Some writers are of the opinion that the unworthy were devoured by a deity with the head of a crocodile and the body of a sow or a pig, a hog. Such a divinity is invariably present in the scenes representing the last judgment, but its actual duties are unknown. The Egyptian had no conception of tortures or punishments in the afterlife. It has been suggested that failure in the court of Osiris resulted in the second death. The Osiris dead perished again, that is, the soul died and returned to oblivion. If the second death resulted in the annihilation of the Ka, this may account for the absence of any further details about the subject. In the sphere of mystical speculation, the crocodile sow goddess is believed to represent the material world. If so, the soul may be swallowed up again in matter, that is, reborn in the physical condition. This would imply that the Egyptians accepted the doctrine of rebirth. The point is of interest, but actual proof is lacking. From these notes, we are now equipped to interpret, in part at least, the symbolism of the Book of the Dead, which is concerned with the circumstances occupying the period of time between the moment of decease and the final appearance of the Osirified soul before the gods in the Hall of the Twin Truths. This transition was a most complicated affair and required familiarity with various prayers, invocations, hymns, magical words, and mortuary rites. Wealth and position seem to have complicated this after-death adventure. The rich and the powerful required elaborate instruction, but a few simple fragments of advice sufficed for the poor and lowly. Perhaps these latter had to depend upon their own wits or were peculiarly favored in the afterlife to compensate for their lack of material advantages. In these details, the Egyptians were not so different from the followers of more modern faiths. The cost of dying has always been in proportion to the means available. It was during the later Seti period that the mortuary rituals known as the Book of the Dead received a name in Egypt by which the manuscript should be known today. The entire corpus was called the Book of the Opening of the Mouth and the Coming Forth by Day.
That motherfucker don't sleep.
The meaning was obvious. The soul which abides by the law set forth in the manuscript does not wander in darkness. Rather, it dies with good hope and goes forth in the light of truth. Darkness signifies ignorance. Day represents light. The light of the mind and the light of the soul to go forth by day is to abide in the light. Although there are a number of fine papyrus scrolls of the Book of the Dead, the most celebrated examples are available only in European museums. Smaller collections of early writings in private libraries are usually limited to fragments. The Egyptian government will not permit any antiquities bearing text to be exported from the country. Occasionally, an exception is made when a better example of the exact text is already in the national collection. Probably this is because there is a growing conviction that the mysteries of Egyptian writing have not yet been completely solved, and fragments now regarded as comparatively unimportant may in the future prove immensely valuable. Okay, that proves my points I've made for years. And why would that be, Manly? Why would that be? You don't want to bother to tell us that, do you? Why would it be? Why would it be that tablets and fragments and things that don't mean anything to us now would mean something to us in the future? It's the same reason why people for years had access to, the Sumerian artifacts and tablets and all that. It wasn't until our technology and our civilization evolved to the point of where it is now, where we can have any context for things like genetic manipulation and high technology and advanced things.
So good.
That's why there is such a push for antiquities and the covering up of those antiquities in our modern day. Because as we progress, these ancient texts come more and more to light.
Delicious.
And more we understand what they're actually talking about. We have a greater context. And at the root of it, that's what religion and the whole master structure always keeps from us, is the context. To most people, ancient texts and the Bible or anything else is just a bunch of, hogwash myth stuff. And it is if you don't have the context. Once you have the context for what it is this all stuff really means and what the implications of it are, then you see, then you understand there's a reason why they have people who want you to believe that the Bible and everything else is a bunch of hogwash. Don't forget, man, these scientists and these atheists, these guys are all working for the same team. An atheist is no more of a threat to the power structure than the blind follower is. Why? Because they're both stuck in a specific dogma. And that's the main thing. That's why the atheists cannot free their mind to see the real truth any more than the follower of Christianity, Islam, Judaism, or any other religion. Only when you are separate from those and separate your mind and yourself from those constructs can you really hope to see the truth. We are therefore extremely fortunate in having an almost complete manuscript of this valuable sacred writing in the library of our society. He means the Philosophical Research Society. It's in Los Angeles, California. We say almost complete because, as in nearly all known examples, there is a certain amount of deterioration due to age. As these manuscripts were rolled into the cloths bound around the mummy, the gums and spices used in the embalming affected the papyrus, especially the outer parts of the roll. With the exception of this type of damage, the manuscript is complete. It is written in the almost imperishable black ink of Egypt upon a good grade of papyrus. It is approximately 10 inches wide and 23.5 feet long. From its size, we realize that it contains only extract from the larger corpus of chapters. The manuscript in Turin, which is similar in style, extends to a length of 165 feet. Here is the evidence that the size of the manuscript was determined by the importance of the person for whom it was made. We are fortunate, however, in the fact that our papyrus is illustrated with many vignettes and hundreds of small figures forming a panorama of the mortuary ritual extending along the top of the papyrus. There are a few lubrications in a dull brick shade, and the lines of the scribe's original sketches in red are still visible in the group of larger figures.
Yeah, I've never heard this thing.
Like most Egyptian manuscripts of importance, this papyrus has passed through a number of collections. In 1909,
Listening to the Book of the Dead.
it was in the McGregor collection and was described in part by Jean Capart in the Zitkrifer Apache Sprach and a bunch of other crap in German I'm not going to bother trying to fucking read. On June 26, 1922, it was part of the McGregor collection at the auction galleries of Sotheby and Company in London, possibly the world's most celebrated dispenser of rare books. At the Sotheby sale, it was acquired by William Permain to become part of the collection of William Randolph Hearst, the father of yellow journalism. Yet another example of somebody in the higher ups wanting these ancient manuscripts and ancient knowledge.
Imagine.
When Mr. Hearst disposed of a large part of his collection of antiquities in New York in 1942, the papyrus was purchased by Mr. Ernest Dawson, from whom we secured it almost immediately.
Well, I said these motherfuckers
In its
been looking
present
for a
form,
long
the papyrus
time
has been
for all
divided
this.
into 9 sections.
Hey there, Polly.
These sections have been mounted to add strength and are enclosed in rectangular glass frames.
It has been a long time since they've known how to.
The papyrus differs from all
Read in
other known
hieroglyphs.
examples in one important particular.
These motherfuckers be happy to see me come around tomorrow. Be like, damn, we've been looking for that. Well, you know what I'm going to tell them, Polly? Go to Scientific Lee, the motion of everything, field define. Depending on how well you want to read these hieroglyphs. If you want to watch that one flick, or if you want to watch all 172 on his massive playlist. I got something for the dragons. Damn straight. Well, I told you I ran into a local guy that's in the Masons, and he told me where to go get the local head guy. And I'm going to go there. I went there already Saturday, and nobody was in there. I'll have to go figure. But I'm going tomorrow. I know I'll be there tomorrow. You know, about 4 blocks from my house. Hi, Shunka. How you doing? Been blowing some glass. I made a pretty purple pipe today. I hadn't made a pretty purple one for a while. I got pretty purple. I got chunks of pretty purple laying around. I need to use them at some point. Oh man, I'll tell you what. I'm going to turn this around right here. We'll talk. So, hello, John. How you doing? So I've been busy today, tracking around trolls and looking at some of their tracks and where they've been. Actually, I've been busy, for a while doing that. But I mean, like tying in some pieces, puzzles. So I decided to change my tactics and styles because I've got enough fucking evidence to prosecute some of this motherfucker. And these guys are too smart for their own good. Again, they're amateurs. So I've got a few lines on them. Corporate's going to be getting on their ass at this point. Thank you. I have fun doing what I do. I've been doing it since '93, so I practiced a lot. It ain't no talent. It's a lot of practice shine through. But yeah, I actually started doing
on my other channels live shows because I've trained a lot of people, shown a lot of people how to blow glass that go off and win competitions. And they've always asked me, why don't you do anything on YouTube? I never knew how. Well, I'm getting better at it. This is my glass blowers channel. It's where I'm going to be doing that. Showing people how to blow glass. My kiln is really giving me a hard time right now. You know what the fuck is going on here? Seems like the programming's messed up in it or something. I'm going to have to look up the specs on my computer and reset. It's just ramping too low. It's lagging. I don't know what the hell happened here this week. There's a part, something going wrong on my kiln, so it's slowing me down a bit. I'm down 900 degrees, still falling. I thought I had it fixed earlier. But it seems to like warm up fast, and then all of a sudden it starts this fucking. It's like the programming inside is messed up. I don't know if it's set for the wrong thermocouple or what. I don't know what the hell. It doesn't seem to be reading temperature right. But anyway, so I tracing around these trolls today. I realized, man, there's a couple of them traipsing all over some really respected web pages, trying to get their lie across. And those people ain't going to appreciate the package I got for them tomorrow. They're going to be like, are you fucking kidding me? Because I've also tracked that they ain't got nothing to do with the fucking people they're using to try to fucking make their lie. Their basis of their fucking moods and illusion and fucking bullshit. Field rotation. They are openly breaking some fucking horrible fucking. These people are going to trip when they find out what's going on and who's doing it, because there's a lot of money behind it. And these motherfuckers, you got a lot more money than I do, a lot more time than I do. I want to see them fucking eat these motherfuckers alive on here for using their fucking shit to try to convince people it's normal what the moon started doing recently. I was like, damn, I don't even know why I didn't think of that years ago. Because that's illegal what they're doing. Using other people's shit and sending them. Dude, they're all sending them right to fucking Calgary. Calgary is one of the most respected fucking camera fucking places on the play. Everybody talks about RFC Calgary, all their fucking programming, and oh my god, dude, they're gonna freak out. They're going to be cease and desist motherfuckers. Are you kidding me? This is like Nike running around the internet catching their fucking intellectual property everywhere. That's their intellectual property. That's their shit, man, that all these trolls are using. I found that pretty good find today. What are you doing? Everything fixing to go back. You brush your teeth. You walk your dogs. Did you? You sure? Mm-hmm. Did you lock the door? Not yet. Yeah. Did you eat my green cookies? You better not. You did your shit. Chico did them. Chico. Good. They got chocolate chips in them. I removed all of them. Oh my god. You removed all the chocolate chips for Chico so we could eat my green cookies. That's nice.
Attack your glasses. Jack.
I'm almost done over here. I about had it with my film. I'm gonna try and make a couple more pipes and let them soak up some shit. I'm going to bed. So I have you up early. Little fucking baby got school in the morning. My alarm's gonna be talking about good morning. Da, 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 da. Oh my god, he's fun. He's gonna be 16 here. Get him, badges! He's gonna be 16 here in 10 days. Little motherfucker right there. I remember when I was 16. It wasn't nothing like when he's 16. You know what's funny? He don't even want to drive. I try to get him to go down to the parking lot and drive around. Sometimes he don't want to. So what the hell are you up to, Pollyanna? Your birthday tomorrow? Keep asking that. Monday, right? I think you're just 9 days older than my boy. That's pretty close. That makes you a Libra, doesn't it? Makes him a Libra. No, what's funny is I was married to a Libra, and she wasn't nothing like him. I mean, he's got his ups and downs. He don't have too many. Pretty much keeps it even keel all the time. Fucking tripping. It's always calm. As long as he's got one of his fucking electronics plugged. Oh, so going back to the Business Tuesday, that was verified this morning too. My fucking mouth ain't even close to healed up yet. But I want to get it done. I want to get it done the way it's done. It's Monday there. Paul, it is going to be Monday here in 24 minutes. That's why I was asking. I'm sure it's Monday already in Texas. I'm just wondering if she is still here. I don't see her talking. But yeah, hon, I'm gonna give them. I'm gonna give them their magnet. I'm gonna give them hieroglyphs, raw, and horse box. See what they do with it. Good to hear, John. So I've been having a pretty good day. I put together some shit I should have put together a long time ago. I was just too close to it. I wasn't sure what I was dealing with at first few years of this. I just thought there was stupid people out there that thought it was normal for the moon to spin. Well, indeed there are a couple of those, but that's only a result of like Gaz and the cameraman people shit using Calgary fucking intellectual material to on a totally non-relevant subject. What kills me, they're going to get in trouble. RSC Calgary's gonna freak out. Yeah, I followed the links today, and I was like, oh shit, these guys are literally sending them to their fucking web pages to look at these because they got. I've done a movie on it using it, and I was like, look, see these graphs right here tell your camera where to point. And I'm telling the truth about their graphs. Said they're very respectable fucking people and stuff like that. You know, I upped that company. These guys are fucking using them to lie to me, and that is gonna fucking hit hard tomorrow morning. I already got emails out. I'm making physical phone calls tomorrow because they're a fucking hardline company. They got stores. You know what I mean? I mean, they came before the internet. So I'm in pretty good mood. I already got my kiln fucking few pipes in there. Had a good day with the kid. Oh yeah. I got this. It's a Bubba Kush sugar wax. It's marijuana. Says it's what about 67.8%. The other one was 73% that I looked at. But this shit here, just smelling it, that gives you goosebumps. Oh, but it's like sugar. It's like sugar. It doesn't stick to you like a booger. It's like sugar. I am. Thank you, Shuggy. My God, fucking jaw is still crazy on fire. But like I said, I'm going back Tuesday anyway. Motherfucking getting some more shit done. I want it done. I get myself a plate here from my bottom teeth that I had pulled out. That way, if I have anything that hurts in my mouth, I can take it out. It means I had the shit in too long, which I shouldn't, because the only reason I need it in my mouth is to eat. You know what I mean? I ain't worried about no tooth pain no more. You know what I can do? I could even take those teeth out and sit there and suck on a piece of candy and not worry about a toothache. That might be neat to do once. I haven't done that in a while. You decide to do that too? Good decision, I think. But the first day I had, because my wisdom tooth and that tooth, the one next to it, I broke on a pearl in Florida with his mother, and we ain't been together. So, I mean, you know, it was probably about 18 years ago, I'm guessing, maybe 19. But they were broke off in my jaw for that long, and man, he pulled them motherfuckers out, and the next day, boy, I felt sick because all that shit was fucking clearing out, and my jaw, I could feel it was still swollen and shit. Now it feels normal size, and it doesn't hurt as much, just mainly from the goddamn shots. Those things hurt. Those things hurt. I can tell most of that damage was from the shots. Look, anyway, I hate those things. Yeah, as soon as that it goes away, I think. Well, I mean, I'm already feeling better. You know, in general, with all that fucking shit in my system, swelled up all the time, feeling a lot better. My gums feel better. I had a sore spot over here that's just from that fucking tooth. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Fucking Novocaine shot. I'm certain, like 90% of my pain is still from those shots. He fucked me up. I mean, look where I'm at. I'm in fucking La Junta. I mean, you know, he wasn't as bad as my childhood days. It didn't hurt that bad, but yeah, his. Ooh, I moved around a bit too, but still, I didn't move around that much. Motherfuck. Well, it depends. It runs about $80 because they're helping me out on it. I'm getting cheap plate too. But I mean, they've charged me 120 for a tooth before. So, I guess it depends on how many you're getting pulled. Yeah, that one of them was a wisdom fall, and the other one was, well, the other two were the ones right next to it. Went straight back for it, huh? Yeah, it's already been a rough week. I'm wondering if I'm being smart and if you want to pull some more or not. Yeah. Actually, I'm not sure what they, because they didn't say they wanted to pull anything this time. They wanted to do some work. I'm all right. That might mean they're going to fit me for my plate, but I couldn't imagine them wanting to do that until this heals a little bit more. I don't think. Maybe. I don't know. It actually feels. I mean, the swelling is like down in my gums too. But they might be able to fit them pretty good. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, ain't nothing like tooth pain. That's what I said. I ain't gonna have no teeth now. I ain't gonna have no tooth pain. It was my molars giving me my shit. Like I said, you know, back in the day, I don't know if your dentist was shitty like mine, but I understand they didn't have to do it that way when I was a kid. But my dentist did. But he'd hollow out the whole fucking tooth if you had a little fucking cavity and clamp this metal thing on it, little clamp, fucking start spooning and tapping in fucking mercury going. And basically, that method, it cracked all my enamel. So over time, my fucking tooth would crack away from my filling would fall out. And about the only two that I didn't have filling in, I fucking broke on a fucking pearl. I was eating oysters. Fucking chomped down on a pearl, dude. And what sucked? It was just a little itty bitty fucking pearl, man. It wasn't worth a fuck. Kelly, his mom still got the fucking thing. I mentioned it the other day, or yesterday, maybe. I was talking to her on the phone. She laughed. Well, of course, it brought a memory of me having pain, so it brought her joy. She laughs and I'm still got that food. Probably framed that. So I finally got the teeth pulled out. She was actually nice. She said, "Yeah, I'm happy you did." So am I. For fuck's sake, they hurt forever, and they did. They hurt on and off, depending on how much I chewed on that side by accident. Pretty much what I was eating. Yeah, you know how tooth pain is. It fucking hurt. So yeah, I got him out of my head finally, and he had to go in deep. He kept saying, "Man, I'm cutting you." I'm like, cut. He was afraid I was going to freak out because of the whole shot incident. I don't deal with needles well. Motherfucker come at me with a needle. I was sinking into his chair. He's like, "Look, I need you to hold still." I'm like, "Fuck, we're going to have problems." At least I'm honest. Oh, God. I said, once you get done with your needlework, man, I should be able to handle anything you got. So, but it's that initial fucking numbing up. I need like a little bit of Novocaine, and then maybe you can go deep later. Give me a minute, kind of thing, you know. Fuck, don't just go in there and fucking try and get my nerve first thing and chomp on that thing because I'm gonna smack your hand and cause myself a lot of pain. Ow! That's what I said too in his office. My kid sat there and took it without a flinch. Man, I swear to God, he was sitting there with his hand on his knee like that. And towards the end, he went like this with one finger. And I was like, "Was that a twitch? Was that twitch? Are you kidding me? I'm coming out of that seat." He's, oh shit. He has a tough threshold, man. Holy fuck. Yeah, I couldn't believe he came from me doing that shit later. And that made me question his lineage. God, he really didn't flinch. Did not flinch. I couldn't take it. I was freaking out. You know, that's funny, Paul. I was telling the other day about Kelly's dad. His grandpa is a dentist. He's tired now. He's an old army dentist, short as fuck. He he had his fucking knee on my chest at one point. I actually think it was that too. You've been there, Paul. Leaning into you, pull that motherfucker. Yeah, damn. That's when you like, damn, did I go to the right dentist? Man, I've had a couple of dentists that can just talk a tooth out of you. Yeah, I don't know if they just got an easy tooth, but I mean, I went back a couple times. I've had a few of these chompers pulled out, and And there's the regular dentists. And then there's the ones that put their fucking knees in your chest to give her a hemo. That's a different class of fucking dentist, man. You know, I think he did. His name's Dennis. Dennis the dentist. But yeah, I'm not kidding. Actually, it's scary. It might be the same fucking guy. The world's small. I tell you what, man. The girl I married, I met her father in boot camp, or not boot camp, but my A school up in Chicago, Great Lakes. I know this guy. He gave me a write-up once. Jesus Christ! I lived with that one. It came from South Bend, though. That was some good shit. That was some fucking good shit. I was like, damn. That guy was the FC chief. I know who the fuck that is. She's like, you know my dad? I was like, I do. I do know your dad is fucked up. That's a small world. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if her dad was one that got up in you. Because I'll tell you what, man, I ain't had no other dentist do that to me before. I almost took it personal. Oh, my belly hurts. What are you gonna do with that? You know, your girlfriend's dad puts his fucking foot in your chest, and starts fucking heaving on your tooth. I'm like, holy fuck! This is the way he does everybody, or am I special? But now I'm hearing it from Paul over here, and he was over in Germany as a dentist. I know that. He was in the army. Oh my god. So it may have been the same fucking guy. So maybe he does do that for everybody. So I might not should have took it so personal. That's some funny ass shit. Oh my god. But yeah, his name is Dennis. Dennis the dentist. But he's retired. He's a good guy. He's just he wasn't the best dentist I've ever been to. That guy resides like 61st region of Fresno, California, on the west side of fucking Broad or Blackstone. Can't remember his name, but I knew right where his office was. Boy, I ever had any kind of problem or tooth bothered me in Fresno, I was over here in a hurry because he wasn't expensive and he was good. Man, that motherfucker had one of these. He had a foot pump needle. It was fucking crazy. I never felt it when he gave me Novocaine. I didn't even. I'd brace, but I didn't even jerk, man. That motherfucker be like, "It okay? It okay?" He just everything. He'd be like, he just tell me it's okay. He didn't have anything else really to say to me. Just tell me it's okay. It's okay. Is this not hurt? I'm like, usually does, doc. It never hurt. It never hurt. He's pulled teeth out of my head. I swear to God, that man talked that tooth out of my head, man. I was braced, ready. I didn't even feel the pressure. Every dentist tell you you're gonna feel some pressure. I didn't feel shit when this guy would pull a tooth. I'd have to check, make sure he pulled my tooth. He's showing me my tooth, but I had to check, make sure there was actually a hole in my head to match that fucking tooth. I'm not kidding you. This motherfucker was good. So if you in the Fresno area, I'm telling you, man, west side of Blackstone up on First Street, there's somewhere that motherfucker is good. Little Asian, Laotian doctor. Very specifically there, that might help. Because I had, wow, amazing. That's all I can say. Amazing. So, yeah, go to that guy. It does. Spirits like that sucks. But on the other hand, there is hope. I have met doctors that swear to God, man, they can levitate a tooth right out your head. I have no explanation for that guy. None. None compared to that. None. Easily none compared to that guy in Fresno, California. He used to fucking pull my teeth. I let him work on my mouth. I tell you, man, I miss California. So this guy that did these ain't that guy. I felt all that pressure. Oh my God. And this one broke when he was pulling it. So yeah, that was one of those experiences, and had three major molars removed, a couple chunks at a time. So, but that part actually, fuck man, I was numb. I'm numb already. You scared the fuck out of me. You've jolted my entire body with your goddamn needle. Get that shit out of my head. You know what I mean? I don't care. I can hold still now. Matter of fact, I sat there in his chair like this, held my fucking jaw very still. And he even said afterwards, he's like, "Look at this, man." He pulled it out. It had a barb in it. It's like it was trying to grow into you. I was like, "I know, man. Been in there a long time, Doc." He says, "Well, after the shots, you got it just fine." I said, "That's what I told you. I'm not a good shot person." Just come up at me with a needle like that and expect me to lay there and take it. I'm gonna feel it and I'm gonna react. That's just, hello. You just put a car battery off in my fucking jaw. I'm not gonna react. I'm reacting. Watch. I'm just gonna go. Make my fucking hair stand up. I'm gonna let you know about it. Fuck raising my left hand. I'm gonna grab yours. Because yours is where the pain's coming from. See? That's where I don't fit in the dentist's chair very good. I'm ready to go fisticuffs with the fucking doctor about 30 seconds in. I'm expecting this not gonna hurt. See, he didn't say that. I know, right? He said raise your left hand if anything hurts.
I grabbed his right hand. His eyes got all big. I'm sitting holding his needle. He's like, I was like, man, give it a rest. Give me a minute. After he gave me a minute, I was cool though. He's like, you feel? I'm like, no, dude. I told you, you can't fucking just do that to me. You're okay. I'm not gonna grab you. You just got to give me that initial shot, let me numb up, and then go in. I'm not. I got a sensitive motherfucking nerve back here that don't like needles, and every dentist wants to find it except for that one guy. He never found it. I'm like, man, I never even felt that guy penetrate my gum. I never felt him pull my tooth, cut my nothing. I'm. Yeah, he's like, yeah, okay, not gonna hurt. Okay, it's not hurt. Right, we're gonna get the tooth out. It's okay. Yeah, I'm just, the tooth is out, and I'm like, no, it ain't. I'm not kidding you, but that wasn't this guy. Fucking Fresno, California, buddy. Best dentist I ever had in my life. That motherfucker talked my teeth out of my head while I wasn't even paying attention. I was looking at the shiny fucking metal things in my mouth. He's sitting there holding my tooth saying it's already over, dude. Like, damn. It is not. You sure you got the right tooth there? God damn, I'm feeling for my hole. I didn't feel that shit. I'm telling you, man, I don't even know how to explain how painless that shit was. Every time I'd go to that guy, it wasn't a fluke. Is what I'm saying. He actually had a technique. He was following, and it worked good. I was like, wow, where'd this fucking guy? And he's a little cubbyhole dentist. You know what I mean? I mean, he's like next to a Jiffy store kind of fucking dentist. Thank you. Here's how I met him. See, there's gangs in Fresno. And apparently, see, I wasn't into the gang scene, but apparently there's an Asian gang in Fresno also. And, well, I had met some Thai folk and some Laotian folk, and they had polio and all kinds of different conditions, so I took them to my doctor and got him legal, and one of them got in trouble, and he was in jail for growing. And he only had like 6 plants, which is well under his limit. And it was my local district attorney that had him in jail. And I had already had words with my local district attorney when I opened up my cannabis club, like days after we had that shit fucking legalized. And subsequently, he told me, I'll find a policeman to fucking arrest you. And I was like, really? Yeah, hang on a second. So I had called the state's attorney, his boss, who had helped write Prop 250. And within 10 minutes, I had a call back from the district attorney apologizing for his demeanor and letting me know of my legal limitations in California. And
So I called this guy back and was like, hey, it's been brought to my attention you got one of my patients hanging out in your jail cell. So this is brutal. And like he's like, oh God, who? And he's like, well, look, man, he's fucking growing marijuana. I said he's growing what, 6 plants? I say he's allowed up to fucking 12. Said what? So what? He had a fucking couple of pounds of marijuana. Big deal. It was in big bags. Doesn't sound like he's fucking divvying it up for sales or anything. He might be cooking it. You do realize he had polio, right? And when you're cooking it, it requires a little more. Well, guess who was released that afternoon? Charges dropped. So later that afternoon, all of the guys came to my house and they all had trash, big black trash bags of blood shake. They just dropped it off and said and they introduced me to the dentist. Long story short. But yeah, later I found out they were all from Laos, stuff like that. One of them, and he had holes up in it from fucking military gunfire coming across the fucking borders and shit, carrying his wife. Kind of stories going on. I was hanging with them kind of cat. Found out there's people too, just like everybody. Um, yeah, they try to separate us with our borders and our fucking rules and division everywhere. But once you fucking get across those borders, you're just human beings. You know what I mean? And you're no different than anybody else. It's their division that keeps us separated. It makes us different because we're not. We're not really different. Yeah, it does make you. Man, I'll tell you, Paul. My first bout of culture shock was in the Philippines. I was walking through a jungle with a girl I'd accidentally bought for $5. I'm not kidding. I watched this other girl come out of a hut and jump into a mud puddle and take a bath. Well, that's the first time I'd ever seen that. But then I looked at the hut that she come out of, and I realized, ain't no fucking bathtub in there. You know what I mean? You want to talk about some culture shock, buddy? Walk through the jungle with a girl you bought accidentally for $5 one day. You're gonna get some culture shock. Fuck. Like, where am I? Oh dear. No, I walked into this bar with my friends. We had just got off the fucking boat. And oh my God, this cute little thing comes up to me and says, "Man, you can pay my bar tab." And I was instantaneously like, oh no, I'm not into gold diggers. Even though I was young and she was hot, I wasn't gonna pay this bitch bar tab. I'm fucking thinking, man, she's at lunch over here drinking up, fucking asking the sailors to pay her bar tab. We was in there to play pool. Well, fucking she comes up again and says, oh, just help me pay my bar tab. And I looked at her, I was like, oh God, she's so cute. I says, look, how much is your fucking bar tab? She's like, it's only $5. I was like, $5? The fuck? The fuck is $5? So I'll give you $5. She goes, no, you got to give it to the bartender. And I'm like, okay, little yellow flag goes up. I'm like, why am I giving paying you, Bart. I'm giving you the money, and because I'm thinking, she's gonna rip me off. She's just gonna run off and buy a drink with fucking $5 anyways, right? But now all of a sudden she wants me to go pay her thing. So I mean, that's putting me into the fucking. Why am I going to pay your fucking bar? Obviously she's not trying to rip me off. So I'm like, it's $5. Well, she got a problem with the bartender. So I walked up. I mean, I have no idea what's going on. And man, I gave him $5. He says she says pay her tab. So this is where I learned the language barrier. Because tab to me at this point in time, prior to what happens next, means the girl had been drinking and left a bill at the fucking bar. Apparently, it means something completely fucking different in the Philippines. Okay, well, well, here's the thing. All day, man. I mean, like, dude, we went around. She introduced me to her family and all kinds of shit. It was crazy. One of the craziest fucking days I've ever had. So fucking anyway, I walked back to the table. My boys are already playing pool, and I'm getting into the fucking, getting into the game. We're gonna play teams and shit, right? And it comes to my turn, and all of a sudden the bartender's there at the table telling me, "You go." I'm getting ready to shoot, and the fucking bartender comes up and starts telling me, "You go, you go." Oh yeah, man, it was a great day. I don't even know how to explain what happened. Fucking, well, I am. I'm telling you what happened. I'm standing there, and she's standing there, and I'm all like, "Well, dude, I just got here. What?" I was starting to get pissed, and but my boys are all like, "What the fuck, dude? What'd you do?" I was like, "I don't know. I gave him fucking $5 for a fucking tab, and now he's telling me I gotta go." So, dude, what did I do? You go, you with her all day. You go. I'm like, can we play pool? He's like, no, you go. This fucking guy kicked me out of his bar. So my boys are like, see you, dude. They didn't feel like rescuing me, of course. I was leaving with a little high. But the day ensued. I had a great day with her. We went out and ate fucking all kinds of shit. It cost me $5 a meal. I was like, fuck, man. She walked me around. I got to see a girl come out of a hut and take a bath in a mud puddle. That her mom, her grandma, for all I know, I couldn't understand hardly anything she said. But yeah, it was a good day, man. I came in for the pool. I don't even generally drink, especially if I'm playing pool, because I hope you get drunk so I can whoop your ass, take your money. See, that was my strategy all the way through my 20s. I could pay rent on a pool table if I hit the pool table at the right time of night. Drinking soda. Yeah, I was trouble. I don't do that shit no more. I kind of miss it, honestly, playing pool and shit, but not really. Well, it depends on what city, what bar, because fuck, man, I've been in some of these fucking bars that just fucking erupt into fucking fights. It just depends. I don't like bar fight. I've been in bar fights where everybody knows who started the fight, and sometimes, you know, you just sometimes you just go a little overboard with their eyeball tenderness. Everybody's mad at you. It's like, dude, just stop beating them up. Oh, I said I was in my 20s. Made some pretty boys ugly before. It's not hard when they come at y'all drunk. I ain't starting no fight in a bar. I just want their money. That's why I was there to play pool. 20 bucks a game. You play $10 a game a night. Fuck, dude, you're paying rent. You can lose a couple. And it's all fair pool, you know? But yeah, you go into some of these college bars and shit, man. These motherfuckers are getting a fight real quick. Down there in Philly, anyway. I'd go hang out in the blues bar myself. Oh my god. If I needed rent, I'd go up to the college kids bar though. Motherfuckers. They're always looking for a fight. So yeah, you just go up there with $20 laid on your first fucking game and roll with it, man, because you don't want to get in a fight early. I used to do that in Philly all the time, man. That was fun. Get tie stick. Yes, we were all young and dumb at some point in our 20s. But I honestly, I like playing pool. I do. I kind of miss going out and playing pool sometimes. I mean, when I was coming up as a kid, my adopted family, man, they always had a big Slater regulation in the basement. I was on it. I was on it as a kid. That was my one of my favorite toys. That was my computer. Fuck, they had a full slate fucking regulation pool table, dude. I was on it. I even got the money to refelt the damn thing at one point, just because it needed it. I had played pool on that motherfucker for years. He went from green to red. I miss that pool table. I don't miss the family. I miss that pool table. That's sad. Oh well. It's the truth. I did. I miss that pool table. That was a fun table. I like that shit. You feel like sleep. I like. I take my kid out, learn how to play pool. Over at the bowling alley, I didn't see pool tables. They had foosball. We play foosball there. I don't even think they got pool tables here in Hunter at all. I've never seen one. We've gone over to the bowling alley. We play foosball on the big table. He's got a little portable we can play on too. Anything we do with our kids is fun. So we've got almost another hour of the Book of the Dead by Manly P. Paul. I didn't even know we were going to play this one. He's got the Tibetan Book of the Dead. No, this is Audio Recall. I don't think that one's Josh Reeves coming up next. But I do have the rest of There Were Giants in Those Days that we didn't finish listening to yet. Still queued up. But I got interested in the Book of the Dead. So sorry. Hi, Valerie. He made it home with his wife. He made it home. He made it home tonight. They spent the day on the beach. So they got a little time in. I was happy they didn't have to drive straight home. God, that tastes so fucking good. Uh, Today? No, I don't think he made anything today. I take that back. He did make a video today. Matter of fact, want to see it? It's them at the beach. I told him, I said, those waves may be an illusion. We're going to have to go consult Eric Briggs about it. So that was Homebrew's video of the day. It was him enjoying the beach on a well-deserved vacation. Although the validity of the waves out there is in question. They may be illusionary. So we're gonna. I forgot to ask Eric Briggs today. I have to go consult him later. Yeah, he said it was kicking up soon. But like I said, I was happy they got to lay down on the beach and chill out for a little bit after driving all that way. I used to live down there in Virginia Beach, Chesapeake, down in that region, with Angel's mom and dad. Actually, fuck man, I lived down there with them for about a year, and then Angel moved. I think from fucking where was she at that point? Was she in Florida or was she? I think she was coming back from Florida. That was after Nestor. At one point, I rollerbladed from Philadelphia to somewhere in Virginia to hang out with Angel because her boyfriend was abusive. and I just went to hang out with Angel. her mom sent me. I was like, "Are you kidding me? I'm gonna go down here and talk to her." I showed up at her doorstep, and she looks at me like, "Oh God, you're kidding." She goes, "Did you fucking rollerblade here?" I said, "Pretty much." How you doing? She's like, "Where's your motorcycle?" Like, I left that in Philly beforehand. Don't worry, you probably not wrecked it. Purple lightning starting in Virginia too, huh? Hmm. Well, I said it ain't going to be just the West Coast. All these trees are hollow. Back east is going to burn too. So I wouldn't want to be on a peak. I know I said that in the last two videos. I've heard that being there it goes bad. I can see why. Because you're on a high metallic rich environment. You're going to be drawing in a lot of that induction, and your trees are hollow. Too. Takes a good lightning strike. That's the movie about it. And that purple lightning is closed field line energy coming in from behind. You see, and look at this one right now, man. That shit's been dancing, and it's just dancing. What can I say? All day, all day. It's been. I mean, I've been accused of cherry picking shit. Yo, you just cherry picking. I'm like, fuck, dude. Are you kidding me? Look, right there. Cherry pick what? It looks like that all the time now. Oh my god. That looks like, I'm in limbo. I'm just kind of floating here between two magnets with my induction going on both ends of my fucking pole. Zippity doo dah. Zippity A is what that looks like to me. Let's go look at our Wi-Fi for the magneto pause. Exactly what I would expect to look at. Got a little crinkle crinkle. Yeah. How's our quakes doing? We've been on here a few hours. Yeah, nothing new. Jeez. Oh, there's a couple of it used to be a 24-hour map. Looks like the West Coast was just nothing new. Fucking a little more than yesterday, maybe. Bit of or something out there. I'm trying not to pay too close attention. Can you tell? It's only been 3 hours since I looked last time. Yeah, well, it's definitely not a do. I just drives me nuts. Yeah, it's normal now. Apparently, I mean, it went from me being crazy saying that we would have multiple fives a day to where it's actually normal. Now all of a sudden, it's just normal, and I'm crazy for mentioning it. So it hasn't changed. That's been steady. I am crazy. The paradigm seems to be changing around what determines me to be crazy. Yeah, I saw the 6-1 earlier. Oh, yeah, we're having sixes every it's normal. I mean, we've reached that plateau. What, like a week ago, we've been having six every day. And I know I mentioned that in previous videos too. And the sevens are going to come right behind. Everybody's like, "How can you predict the big one?" I'm like, well, why? I suppose I could. I mean, I'm pretty fucking good at this, but why would I? That just tells me this person hasn't done their homework. And they have no idea what's coming. Wait, we need the big one that's going to be felt for 5 minutes all over the world. I'm like, I'm not sure where they're getting the material. We've been having some big ones associated with this shit to begin with. Indonesia kind of kicked it off. Fukushima rings a bell. Yeah, I do too. I do too. Yeah, I can't wait to see Shep's new movie. See what he puts in it. Next time he's on, I told him I'd call in. I was asleep, man. Yeah, fucking, he sent me a hoopty a couple days ago, wanted me to call in, and I woke up, man. I was like, it was like fucking 4 hours after he sent it to me or some shit. I was just after I was live because I went and laid down. Yeah, more new trolls, more old trolls. They're still out there. I just made a video with them today, showing you who they are. Ran you through a playlist. I had an epiphany because of it myself. So I'm gonna let me see if I can't rattle some cages with what they're doing. Because if you look at all like Daz and the cameraman's work, he uses Calgary, which is a huge money well. And to try to convince people that it's field rotation causing movement spin, it's normal. Planes flying by your head and shit. And he's using their intellectual property to do that. They're not going to like that at all. On top of who he is and what he's doing and been doing and going through right now, they're going to want to separate themselves as far from this fucking Five Eyes group as they can get. And the whole fucking wad of them is using ASC Calgary intellectual material to try to convince people it's normal for the moon to do a cartwheel every night. I expect ASC Calgary freaked out. I've used their website myself in videos. However, I tell people properly what those fucking graphs tell your camera to do. I uphold that them as one of the most respected camera websites and fucking companies in astrophotography groups on the planet. And I've walked you through their webpage where they're going to show you those very same charts and say, look, there's your 180-degree rotation right there of your moon. And it's like, that's not what that fucking graph says. They can't do that shit. I used to get upset, but I thought they were real people that I was trying to save their kids. I'm no longer personally involved with them, and I've been able to step back and look and be like, even if they had kids and these fucking children of Satan, Gaza over there is being investigated for molesting kids. So I don't have a problem turning him in for what he's doing. You bet. I changed my attitude about it. I'm actually kind of enjoying it. So, as an investigator would, investigating a crime that is being perpetuated, I'm happy to be able to kind of remove myself from it a little bit and look at these people and what they're doing and start to actually disseminate the ways that I can take care of this pretty quick. We'll see. But I actually found their YouTube, and I went to their webpage. I sent them a fucking email, some of the links. And tomorrow, I'm going to start a phone campaign and calling Calgary. Being like, are you aware of what's going on over here in mass on YouTube? Look what these guys are doing. Your shit. Ding, ding, red flags everywhere. So, yeah, just I don't know why in the hell I didn't think of that a long time ago. As a but I didn't realize Five Eyes existed for one. Okay, there's that. who 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 in the world? Now all of a sudden it's kind of coming to the front that there's a Five Eyes organization because we've actually got politicians coming out in the main news stream talking about Five Eyes is causing some fucking disruptions over here. And I'm all like, oh damn. And then fucking one of the human rights organizations just fucking sued the fuck out of them. They're actually becoming mainstream news. So, as far as I'm concerned, I've seen enough reports. I'm surprised. I'm like, wow, they're telling on themselves. These are U.S. senators and fucking what you call it, telling on themselves. Is this what? That's what Five Eyes is. Those nations gathered together and formed this organization to do this to ourselves. Kind of fucked up to see in the news actual reports about it. It's like, well, you would expect to see it if you actually had decent reporting. And the reporting that's being done on it is definitely good reporting, but it's not front page news. But it's in the news, which is surprising to my channel. Yeah, they exist. And that's a simple search term right there. It's as simple as that. I found that out myself. I was like, oh, dude, there they are. I see them now. 5 eyes right there at the top of the page. Wiki, you got to think on them. Seems like everybody knows about them. I didn't. And then what brought it to my attention was Gaza again being in the news in New Zealand down there. I read the article. I was like, oh my God. Because I knew his real name. And I had done an expose on him and his channel off my Facebook a long time ago. And his name's David Gray. But he's in New Zealand. He has some kind of starlight fucking program for kids. And there's a bunch of parents coming forward who keeps him child molested. And that's the long and short of that. I read on in the article, and they went on about him and how the police don't know his last name for sure. He's in the organization Five Eyes, and just it went on and on about him. And I was like, huh. So, looked up Five Eyes, actually started looking at Five Eyes like the real thing. Because it is. These fucking guys have been following me around. This is why my fucking world didn't make sense. They're fucking throwing D5 Unser and they're high fucking trolls. So I started looking at where these guys are coming from and how they can get in, and I found connections through Google. Google owns YouTube. Fucking, they will send in operatives on their accounts. They have special fucking accounts that are attached to Google, and it's like the trace ends there, but they're all universal. And then I'm sitting there, and what clued me into this was Eric Briggs himself today and his funky little playlist. I was like, oh my God, look who's on here. That motherfucker had to be deep for some of that shit. That ain't mainstream YouTube. He got himself a good playlist. And RSC Calgary's all over it. He's right there. I'm like, oh, man. Dude. Then I went to Dazzit. I was sitting there looking at Dazzit, and I'm looking at his footage, and I'm realizing what he's doing with Calgary 2. I'm like, oh, shit. Look at this guy. Why didn't I think of that before? Jesus Christ. He's violating all kinds of shit with them and making them look bad in the eyes of fucking everybody who's ever took a fucking picture of the sky. Except for the few that Gaza has fooled with his plane taking off over your head. That's a fucking crazy thing. How can it you can't even equate that. Well, number one, the plane taking off over your head, it ain't doing this number. One. And two, yeah, okay, you see the front and then you see the back. But the motherfucking moon ain't moving that much in its orbit. It's only going 6.24 degrees every 12 hours. Well, if you do the math, you're only looking at it about every 12 hours when you're fucking scooting by it on a ball. What cracks me up is D5 Hunter has you standing on the top and he has you standing on the bottom of the planet. He actually drew the right depiction of it. Oh, these guys are, I didn't say they're good. I didn't say they're good. But this is what they've been doing. That's why I felt compelled to share this shit with y'all today. This is like fucking, are you kidding me? This is the best you guys got. This is what you got. Oh man. Oh. So yeah, it was interesting today, scooting around Midland like. Yeah, well, that's what brought on the whole thing, Valerie. It's not a channel. It's, well, I don't know. If his YouTube channel is, I don't know. It might be. But he's got some kind of astronomy thing going on in New Zealand with actual physical children, and these parents are outraged. Now, because it's under investigation, of course, there isn't a lot of information on it. But it is what it is. It's exactly what it is. Yeah. It's sick. I keep saying these guys are special kinds of fucking demons. And they prove it themselves over time, apparently. Because, like I said, through him and his actions, it brought the whole organization to my attention as a real thing, not just something you hear about. You know, I'm all like, well, fuck, it makes sense that this guy's in Five Eyes, and the cops know it, and they don't even know his last name, how to spell it, or for sure, because he's in a fucking disinformation government aid agency. And so is all his little crew, right on down to Eric Briggs. They've been targeting me since 2014 on Gazette Page. Gazette, JP5 Hunter, D5, JP5. He wanted to call him Jet Fuel 5. I don't know why. Motherfucker's a burnout. He tried to prove me wrong. He did it right. He's standing on top of the fucking planet and then he's standing on the bottom of the planet and moon split. I'm like, you did that right, dude. I actually used his drawing to educate people for a while after he made that. I took a screenshot. I fucking used it. I stole his picture. I love my trolls. Oh my god. That's some funny shit. When they try too hard, they fucking up. It's like, damn, see, you just proved me right, dude. Look, he on the North Pole, now he's on the South Pole, and the fucking moon flipped. That's what I'm saying is normal. Not sitting on my fucking front porch every night. This shouldn't be happening. Motherfuckers. Never did before. And they can't bring me a NASA link. I got $1,000 on the table, and they go over here. This whole network working really hard, really hard. Everybody's working real hard, making videos. Nobody can bring one motherfucking NASA link. Not one of them. Not one of them. They all have videos with my name on them. All of them. Every fucking one of them. But not one of them can bring me an NASA link for $1,000. How much is the government paying these motherfuckers? All I want is one NASA link. Jesus Christ. It's incredible. That's literally the tax dollars at use right there. That's I had somebody ask me today, how do you know? Because anybody can make a what? Because I do know. I did the fucking research. That's how I know. Holy fuck! Did you see my previous videos? Showed you who these people were. I'm just naming them now and showing you how they're connected. That's what I did today. Oh my God. Yes, I'm certain that is your tax. I can say that with a great certainty. Those are your tax dollars. I don't care where you are, pretty much in the country or in the fucking world at this point. It's what, 12 eyes now? Fucking how many nations jumping on board with this shit? Really? Seriously. I mean, there's already 180 in the big deception. Crown Vatican DC Corporation, but now we've got Five Eyes working inside that corporation to confuse everybody. Coincidence? No. And it's tax dollars being absolutely misused. This is money you pay in taxes. This is who we're talking about. That's the crazy thing. That's the craziest thing about it. We're paying for that service. Isn't that insane? And yeah, you don't know about Five Eyes. Who does? Who would? Unless you're really paying attention to the newscasts, because they're mentioned recently. I know that in a couple of mainstream fucking newscasts, some senators having problems with. But that's not what everyday people are looking for, listening for. I canceled. But I'll tell you why. Because I know that's going to be your next question. Maybe. Let me finish reading this. That was my fault. I canceled. Okay, so then that's not going to be your next question. Good. I don't have to answer that. If you already know why. Yeah, everything we did after the first Raw thing, he brought out energy weapons, fucking weather control. And then we sat there for fucking hour and a half or 2 hours on this page, and fucking he sat there and showed how Trump's tied into the whole, right down to the BC. And then every video after that was pro-Trump, fucking got to vote harder. Why am I going to waste my time, man? You're going to work all week fucking undoing anything we did on your fucking, and pretty much verbatim, you're going to undo any good you've done in that fucking one podcast all week. So, hammer down, bud. Wish doing well with his channel. I've watched my last, so I'm not sure what he's doing tonight, but I canceled that. That was my fault. Yeah, why would I waste my time? Why would I could come here and hang out with y'all here and do a lot better good than we could do over there as far as I'm concerned. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Like I said, I ain't out for views. I sure as hell ain't gonna be used for views. You know? So watch the latest one. Why? Sir, I went over there and made a comment that I had canceled and apologized. You know, I said this is why I canceled. I said this guy's fucking spread too much disinformation and left. I don't even know what they were talking about. I know the guy that I know the guy's content that he had on there. So that's all I'm gonna say. I'm not trying to start fighting nowhere. So I did. I just went over there and made my statement and left. I just told you guys what I said. You know, I can't do that. That was all me. It was about the Suns. Good. Well, I'm not gonna watch it. The part I was there for it, they weren't talking about Sun. Uh, anyway, um, yeah, I'm not gonna go watch. Unless, yeah, I mean, look, how many times in the last 2 weeks did he mention the moon's doing cartwheels when he he pulled out those dues and shit, you know? Man, our fucking his walls right now is looking kind of crazy. So I mean, like right now. I just turned it on. I was like, holy shit, that looks different. What are you gonna do? We are what we are. It's okay. We'll feel a little bit of pinch. That's what the doctor said. I gotta get these things done. I gotta get them done. I want them done. I want to get them done because I'm going back to the dentist Tuesday. I gotta work all day tomorrow. That's for sure. Although I'm not sure what I'm gonna do tomorrow. I might work down here. I didn't know fucking Tuesday I ain't gonna be worth shit. Probably Wednesday, Thursday, maybe Friday. We'll see how it goes. Damn. How it went this week.
I need some freeholds. I just don't have any. I got like 6 of these. Maybe 8. I don't think I got a whole dozen. Well, I might now. These are like, everybody wants one of these. All my stores want these things. You can't beat the fucking quality for the price. A lot of people charge twice the price for something like this. I forgot to turn back on Josh, didn't I? Sorry. I'll get on that in a second. I need to push this up real quick. Now that it's hot. Alright, I'll walk you through the process. First thing I did was picking up my skin and angle my piece to resemble the shape I want. Now I'm mega heating this shit and folding it onto itself and twisting as such. Put my phone down again. Now I'm melting that color into the clear glass using gravity and cubable and super cubable. Oh my god. It's a magnet. Oh yes, yes it is. Just like a scientific Lee magnet. They got the open halo wave, double plasma helix into the flower of life. Oh damn. Might want some fancy on it. I got fancy ways. That's the way you make a 3-hole fucking Lee one hitter. Lee style. fucking Pharaoh cell. See, that's how you do it. Don't try that at home. Welcome, Ajax. Thank you. I'm fixing to make another one. Maybe. We'll see how that works. We'll do it to the tune of Josh Reeves talking about the Egyptian Book of the Dead.
On the reverse of one of the sections is a panel of writing and figures comprising 74 amulets arranged in columns.
We were listening to, there were giants in those days, some Bible canon, but we skipped over here. I'm not sure why or how, but I was interested anyway, so we're almost on our last hour of this. It was a good trip over.
This list of amulets presents an interesting problem, which we will discuss later. Our papyrus was written about 600 BC and was prepared for a priestess named Ta-Erpet. Unfortunately, we will probably never know anything about this venerable woman except that she died in the consolation of her faith and enjoyed the benefit of a rather nice manuscript to direct her wanderings on the threshold of the future life. She was evidently a person of consequence, for her portrait appears in the manuscript, and there does not seem to be any evidence of the crowding and overlapping of figures or inscriptions which occurs in manuscripts commercially prepared in advance. It seems that the papyrus was prepared especially for her. The writing is excellent in quality, and the drawing shows spirit, and we may assume that he was described as a man of importance, and the circumstances justified a work of quality. It is appropriate that this papyrus should have a name so that it can be included among works of its kind with a proper identity. Usually these old writings derive their name first from some important person associated with their discovery or translation, but importance is relative and distinction is fleeting. In the end, the majority of the old rolls come to be designated by the name of the person whom they were originally prepared by. We suggest, therefore, that this Book of the Dead be officially known hereafter as the Papyrus of Ta-Erpet, or Ta-Erpet. Generally speaking, it is not profitable to translate copies of the Book of the Dead except for very critical reasons. One of the standard versions from the more complete rolls serves the purpose of the average scholar. Those interested in the text should therefore consult the Book of the Dead by Sir E.A. Wallace Budge, which gives a complete translation of the magnificent papyrus of Ani in the British Museum. The greater interest lies in the illustrations, which often show important variations, and in the case of our papyrus, the collection of amulets and related matters on the reverse. We are here reproducing 3 sections from the papyrus of Ta-Erpet. Sections 4, 6, and 7, according to the present division. We are also reproducing the important panel of amulets from the reverse, and as this panel is not readily available to the students of Egyptology. The most dramatic and best known illustration in the Book of the Dead is that which represents the psychostasia. That's an awesome word. I can't believe no bands ever use that yet. Psychostasia. That's an awesome, I mean, that's like the perfect band name, Psychostasia. 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 That's a fucking rad name. Okay, that's it. I'm starting a band called Psychostasia. Who's in? I'm playing drums. Let's go. Let's do this. Here is represented the weighing of the conscience, the last judgment. The setting is the Hall of the Twin Truths, bordered at the extreme ends by the 2 columns which uphold the elaborate canopy of the roof. In the upper part of the central scene are the 42 jurors, each with an appropriate mask or symbol. The soul of the lady, Ta-Erpet, kneels before the jurors at the right of the second row. Between her and the gods is an altar of offerings. The persons of the drama in the large central scene, in order from left to right, are as follows. The first figure is the goddess Ma'at. Her name is the Egyptian word for truth, and also the word for ostrich plume. She is the goddess of justice and law, and wears the hieroglyphic of the plume as her crown adornment. In most instances, Ma'at is pictured with a bandage over her eyes, This symbolism has extended to modern times, where it is customary to represent justice as blindfolded, to indicate that the law cannot be influenced by external appearances. In our manuscript, Mot is figured without an eye to convey the same meaning. The second figure is that of the priestess Ta or Pet. She is wearing a linen skirt, and her arms are raised in the form of a hieroglyphic of the Ka, the soul. Here we have an instance of a human figure in the posture of a symbol, which in turn is the form of a glyph. The posture tells us that this is the soul of Ta or Pet. She has become Osiris, and her Ka is entering the Hall of Judgment. Upon a high altar, possibly intended to be a hieroglyphic of a tomb, sits the old monster, the crocodile sow, believed to represent the power of evil, the devil's advocate, who awaits to devour the unrighteous. The form of this deity differs somewhat in various manuscripts, but always a composite creature is suggested. Earlier Egyptologists believed this monster to be a form of Typhon, whose plots in ancient times brought about the death of the god Osiris. The eater of the dead, the goddess Ammit, is described in the papyrus of Hugh Nefer as composed of three creatures. The forepart of her body is a crocodile, the hind part is a hippo, and the middle part is a lion. Thus it appears that the devourer differs in details of design according to the fancy of the artists in the period of the writing. The fourth figure represents Ta or Pet bowing to the god Thoth. There is a red underdrawing here indicating that the artist had originally intended to represent the priestess with a full skirt. Does this mean that he considered the possibility of depicting the priestess in male attire because she was now Osiris, or does it suggest that the manuscript was originally intended for another person? I am inclined to the former notion because similar red underdrawing is present in a number of neutral scenes. The fifth figure is that of the god Thoth, wearing the crown of the north adorned with a ram's head. Thoth wears also the mask of the ibis, the bird always associated with him. He carries in his right hand a writing tablet and in his left a sharp instrument, a brush or stylus. These are his usual emblems, for he was dignified as ascribed to the god and the lords of the writing of the tablet. Now, what's interesting is, here we have Thoth, according to Manly P. Hall, in the spirit world. Now, Thoth was the son of Enki because he was Ningishzida in the Sumerian pantheon. He became Thoth once we got into the Egyptian pantheon, but he was the son of Enki. So Thoth is an Anunnaki.
Yep.
So my question is,
Thoth is a planet too.
I mean, are we talking about someone here who has the ability to exist? And I believe we are. I believe we're talking about, I believe these guys through ritual magic and Kabbalistic ritual and the frequencies associated with chants and various magical rituals. I believe that that's what they did with these magic rituals. That's what I think ancient black magic and all that stuff was all about. These guys existed in the spiritual planes and in the material planes as well.
No, they're
I think that's something very important for people
and the
to
Anunnaki assumed
to
their
look into.
identities and tried to confuse us and hide us from ourselves, Josh.
Upon his tablet were inscribed the words, "That which has been will be. I have spoken."
They told you that.
The figure of Thoth is very well delineated, and he is present to record the findings of the divine jurors. He is the keeper of the book of life, in which he writes the names of the blessed souls who have merited the
I
afterlife.
had no idea what we were
Thoth
doing.
is a reputed author of the Book of the Dead, and his spirit is the writer of all that has been written by all of the wise of all time. Thoth is the personification of wisdom and the
We know
memory
what
that
our
knows
old
all
language
things.
was once again.
The next group consists
Got
of
it.
two deities, Anubis, the jackal-headed, and a figure probably representing Horus, the golden hawk.
We got
Between
that
them rises the
shit.
central support of the great scales.
We
On
got
the beam
that
above
shit.
sits the cynocephalous ape, the
Got
genius
that
of
shit.
just weights and measures.
We got
He is
that
seated squarely
shit.
in the center to preserve the balance and faces Osiris. Anubis is the guardian of the souls of the dead. He is also the guide who conducts the deceased through the various passageways of the underworld. He is a benevolent deity
Yeah.
who brings the dead in kindness to the house.
Josh needs a little piece of the puzzle. He has a lot of questions. We got the answers though, and they just came evident. This is him reading maybe 8 or 10 years ago. I didn't have these answers 8 or 10 years ago. They just became evident. And I'll be honest with you, because I've been listening to a lot of this shit from him. And then all of a sudden I woke up and started reading hieroglyphs one day, and everything changed. And I started piecing things together, because they'll tell you that the Sumerians were the first ones to depict planets and moons, and I'm telling you, no, we were, but they had no idea what we were drawing. And they took on the depiction of the fucking people that we were drawing. Hence Ra. I don't even know if we named it Ra. It's a blue fucking Kachina. It's a sun. See, but they didn't know that. They didn't know some of these things. And they even said they didn't know what we were drawing. We didn't have spoken language. And they had no idea what we were drawing. And I'm like, well, that makes sense. I do. I do now. So do you. Globally, we were doing it. And then they wiped us out. And we even came to the very exact mechanism of how they did that. I was like, damn, that was brutal. What was it doing? So yeah, you can't blame Josh. He just didn't know. Still doesn't know. Because, yeah, you have to pay to get on his channel. And I'm not into paying somebody to give them the truth and answers they're asking. So I went to his YouTube channel and tried to get his attention. I don't think it's him answering his YouTube channel, and if he does, he doesn't answer his comments. Like I do. Not like he got a bunch of comments. On any of his shit. Get tomorrow. Before that, check in school in the morning. Online. I ain't having him go. He checks in. His principal every day. Does his shit. He's got to go and do his SATs this week. He got to do the SATs. All right, let's see where we're at here. Yeah, we still got about 35 minutes. Book of the Dead. Book of the Dead. But yeah, this is, do you want a link to it? This is Josh Reeves is the one reading it. I like his commentaries. It's a lot better if you're into the cuneiform. You know you can find a dry reading of it anywhere with the robot voice and shit. It beats the fuck out of the robot voice. He might go over the edge a little bit, talk about pouring it in everywhere. But, you know, that's what the cuneiform says. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's some good shit. It's fun stuff. Oh shit. I ain't got my shoes on. This motherfucker here. Yeah. What are you doing, Chiquito? Are you up here now? Are you up here now? What are you doing? What are you doing? Who are you looking at? This Chico. He's troublemaker. He's just a troublemaker dog. I ain't even opened my door yet, and he's up here looking at me like, hi, Timmy's in the well. Did you know Timmy's in the well? No, I wasn't aware of that. He's Timmy. Apparently this week, asked to food one of the two. Not quite sure yet. Uh-oh. And he's got a poop. He'd be laying down in my lap. Yeah, he's got a poop. So I'm going to turn on Josh and go walk my dogs. Oh, yeah. Wait till you meet his best friend.
House of Osiris. Horus may be present in the capacity of the intermediary. He pleads with his father for the souls of the blessed dead. He is Osiris, reborn of sacrifice, ever tender toward the frailties of mankind, ever forgiving and interceding for the weakness of the flesh. The scales themselves end in small pans. In the left pan rests a small urn representing the heart of the priestess Ta or Pet. It is the lips of the heart that speak the confession of faith. And as each of the 42 negative statements of belief is given, the judges watch the balance, which will shift its weight if any untruth is spoken. The opposite pan of the scale contains a small seated figure of the goddess Maat, identified by her ostrich plume. The heart, therefore, is weighed against justice, and its words are weighed against truth. We have mentioned the negative confession. This term has been applied because all the statements are expressed in negative terms and are addressed in turn to the 42 judges. For example, O Amsu, I have not been angry without reason. O Basti, I have not caused tears. O hewer of timbers, I have not murdered. O consumer of shadows, I have not robbed. We may infer that the deceased priestess has passed the test successfully, for she appears again at the right of the scales bearing in her hands vessels of offerings. One urn contains a liquid which she is pouring upon an altar, and the other is an incense burner, according to Lounge, from which rises what may be intended to represent a curved thread of smoke. To the right of the small altar is a larger table piled high with offerings of food and flowers. Obviously, since these are spirit gifts, in some manuscripts, 4 images representing the sons of Horus stand amidst the offerings. The 4 circles in our version may have the same meaning. Facing the altar and seated upon a throne is the god Osiris, lord of the plains of the Alu. He wears the white crown of Upper Egypt ornamented with ostrich plumes, and the crown is adorned with the curled horns of the ram, which is a symbol of Marduk, of course. Osiris carries the Hek and the Neka, the shepherd's crook and the scourge. The crook is the ideogram of the word meaning to rule. Somewhere this symbolism ties with the legends of the shepherd kings and signifies the priestly office of rulership. The pharaoh was the shepherd of men, and Osiris was the shepherd of souls. The scourge represented temporal authority over the bodies and persons of the governed. The Egyptians interpreted these symbols to mean restraint, the crook, and inciting to progress, the scourge. The face of Osiris is black, and he wears the ceremonial beard. The dark face indicates that he is god of the underworld and regent of the dead. Darkness conveyed to the Egyptian and the quality of being concealed or difficult to know, obscure, or secret. The body of Osiris is bound with mummy wrappings as a further indication of his association with the funerary rites. The peculiar formation which appears to be the back of the chair is worth noting. Perhaps no special symbolism is implied, but the regalia of the priest king included the tail of a lioness. It may be that the design, hieroglyphically conventionalized, is meant to suggest this ritualistic appendage. But behind Osiris are two female figures representing the sister goddess Isis and Nephthys. Each of these deities wears her ideogram as a headdress. The headdress of Isis is the empty throne chair of her murdered husband Osiris, and the headdress of Nephthys is a house with an extending roof. These two goddesses wept at the bier of Osiris and are nearly always present, standing behind the god in representations of psychostasia. They are probably present as mourners, for the souls of the dead rejoice in receiving sympathy and consolation in the great hour of trial. Following an appropriate rule evolved by Egyptologists, the deceased person having become Osiris must in some way be distinguished from the god for purposes of description and explanation. This is done by combining the word Osiris with the first letter of the name of the deceased. The priestess Ta-er-Pet in the ritual therefore becomes Osiris-T. There can be no doubt that the great judgment scene has a profound mystical significance. After the death of the personality, the deceased person ceases to bear the name that belonged to the body. The ritual is the quest of the overself. In the most hidden parts of man dwells his own reality, his eternal being, his real self. This hidden spiritual nature is Osiris. The death of the god describes the imprisonment of the spiritual self in the world of material illusion. Osiris-T, the deceased, is the personality, a psychological complex produced by the experiences of material life. After death, the personality goes in search for its real self. If it is worthy by nature to discover itself, the personality is then identified with its own divine nature and becomes Osirified. If the personality be unworthy by its own temperament to know the mysteries of the self, then it wanders in vain and ultimately perishes. Whether the personality survives or not, the great self, Osiris, continues unchanged and sends forth other personalities. This process continues until a personality is created that is capable of experiencing conscious union with the overself. This union bestows immortality upon the personality, which then becomes an incarnation of the god. These incarnations are the elect, the blessed sons of the light, the initiates of the mysteries. The ritual, therefore, is an experience in consciousness. The individual approaches his own universal. He seeks his hidden father in the house of the secret places. The Egyptians believed firmly that the personality can survive only when it is united in consciousness with its own principle.
She's a crazy one.
The world of the blessed is not actually a place but a state of being.
Go eat him.
Those who are united with their own spiritual selves abide in peace.
They're best friends.
The plains of Alalu symbolize the condition of internal tranquility.
Hi, Mary.
Unless the personality can attain to the realization of its own divinity and unite its own soul with the world soul, it cannot abide in its father's house.
We're listening to something new from Josh.
Figure 2 is a typical section from our
I've never heard
papyrus.
this version of the
The upper frieze contains principally of priestly figures supplicating the gods and presenting offerings.
Legal
The large
marijuana
central
bill,
vignette, divided into 8 compartments, presents points of special interest.
I'm about to go get me some milk.
The 4 larger
Leave me alone
rectangles
with
contain
Josh.
8 animals upon
He's all right.
pedestals
He's a little rough
resembling
around the edges.
tubes.
He won't hurt you.
These are the 7 white kine and the black bull.
Fucking
And the design usually forms a vignette of the chapter of the Book of the Dead entitled the chapter of providing the deceased with food in the underworld.
Nice.
And the papyrus of
Look what I
Nu,
got
the deceased
today.
addresses the seven kine and the bull by name by saying, "Hail ye cows and bulls, grant
Sugar
ye
hash.
cakes and ale, and offerings of
Oh
food
my
to
God,
the
it's like
Osiris
sugar.
Nu,
It don't stick to my finger like an obuga.
and supply ye
It's
him
like
with
sugar.
food."
Yeah, I know.
The black bull may be Menevis, whose worship centered in Heliopolis, the city of the sun. Menevis was a form of the sun god Ra, and the panels represent one spiritual power and seven bodies or shadows of that power. Perhaps the meaning is astronomical, or more likely it is the spiritual self
burned out.
and the
I got
seven
a
bodies of the
halogen
self
now.
recognized by the Egyptians in their divisions of the metaphysical constitution of the human being.
Oil lights, they fucking mess with my shit.
The four small panels of the left
I
contain
got this stuff here,
figures of the
Mandarin
sons
orange
of
too.
Horus,
This is some nice
each
hash.
accompanied by an all-seeing eye.
It stick to your finger like a booger.
With each of the sons of Horus appears a curious symbol probably intended to represent the rudder of a ship. The rudders are symbolical of the four cardinal points of the heavens, and each in turn, according to its direction, is addressed by the deceased in this form. Hail thou beautiful power, thou beautiful rudder. Of the northern heaven. If the words are correctly spoken, the god Ra shall become a rudder to guide the soul through the mysteries of the disk, that is, the heavenly sphere. Figure 3 helps to clarify our understanding of the arrangements of the contents of the tomb. At the left are four rectangular frames containing scenes. The upper rectangle shows the mummy lying upon the iron couch. Above is the bird of the soul, the Bennu, or the Egyptian phoenix, the symbol of mortality. Under the couch are four canoptic jars, each with its appropriate genie represented on the lid. From left to right, the masks of the jar lids are as follows. First, Kebenosif, guardian of the liver and the gallbladder with the head of a hawk. Second, Senuf, protector of the heart and lungs, pictured with the head of a jackal. Hapi, custodian of the small intestines, depicted with the head of a Cynocephalus ape. And fourth, Amset, into whose keeping was entrusted the stomach and the large intestines. He was represented with the head of a man.
So I'm having a ho-ho.
Directly beneath this figure is another, showing the mummy lying upon the couch while it hovers above the human-headed hawk, a symbol of the soul of the deceased.
So he's
the lower design show offerings made possibly to the soul of the dead person. The frieze of this panel contains a number of interesting symbols and is typical of manuscripts of the same
period. I'd like to
period.
see some of these friezes.
There are gods, priests, and various symbols, prominent among which are the ships that carry the soul across the river of death. The large illustration at the right shows the two deities, Thoth and Horus.
Yep.
The upper panel is duplicated below with the deities reversed. The large illustration at the right appears to be a variant of the vignette for the chapter of the Book of the Dead, entitled The Chapter of Forcing an Entrance into Heaven.
Damn it.
In the papyrus of Nefer-Uben F, the god Thoth is represented opening the doors of the four winds. In our manuscript, Thoth and Horus perform this task. The doors are referred to as the four entrances into heaven. This leaf shows clearly the deterioration due to composition of the papyrus. Figure 4 is the reverse of one of the panels, showing the important selection of magical charms and figures by virtue of which the manuscript is unique. In explaining this panel, we will reference to Jean Capart's article in the Zeitreif mentioned earlier. The list of amulets is partly bordered with sections of chapters 7, 8, 15, and 17 of the Book of the Dead. The list of amulets is disposed in regular squares placed in vertical columns of 5 amulets. The scribe gives the first the name of the amulet, then the design of the accompanying amulet, then the number. The squares that are sufficiently compressed in the first line spread out by little to the detriment of the ensemble. In several places, we notice proof of the little care with which the scribe has executed his work, inverting now and then some figures, altering some words. One may ask why the list of amulets was written on a papyrus of the Book of the Dead. This is a new stage in the evolution of amulets. From real objects, they have become diminished progressively in size to small figures of a few millimeters in height, more often in gold. When one judges that their configuration alone was sufficient, the designing of the list on a papyrus placed with the mummy was believed to put at the disposition of the defunct all the arsenal of amulets, which at that epoch constituted, as has been said, a veritable magical armory about him. So they just, believe you could just put drawings of representatives and it would give you the magical weapons you needed in the spirit world. Very interesting. The transition from amulets in gold to the amulets designed by papyrus is first to us by a class of monuments, which I shall be content to cite one specimen.
Nerve problems because of that.
It concerns little leaves of gold on which are engraved images of the amulets.
And
this plaque is in the British Museum. In simple words,
long story short,
our papyrus is believed to be the only example of the writing of the forms and symbols of amulets, usually accompanied by the word signifying gold, on the blank reverse of the papyrus of the Book of the Dead.
Serge, I was just out there. Pretty bright tonight without any moon, isn't it? I was like, damn, I can't even hardly see the stars. I'm in Colorado. There ain't no moon tonight. It's set a long time ago. And where the fuck is the Big Dipper? I see Delphi straight overhead. I don't see Polaris or the Big Dipper in my sky anywhere. I see poop right here. Constellation of poop down in the bottom right of fucking Delphi. It ain't never down there either. It's off to the side of fucking Delphi now. Delphi's up over here. It's over here, so that's twisted and turned. And I truly can't. I can't find fucking Big Dipper tonight, which is telling me I don't know what Polaris is because it ain't visible either. Moon question. Uh-oh. You ain't gonna be blocked for being a fucktard. Well, that's why we're here, Ajax. Shoot away, man. Just don't make it be a stupid question. May have Sergio. I may sick Sergio on you. Little skeezers warmed up. I got pizza today. Get the fuck out of here, dog. Chico heard the ding. First time joining. Have you watched the moon, Mary? I mean, I know it's not been visible all week. but it's been doing cartwheels for almost 10 years now. Cool, Sergio. I appreciate that, and they appreciate it, I'm sure. Like I said, you don't you probably better off sending them to homebrew. He cusses a lot less than I do. He's really good at the technical shit. I'm just good at digging up shit. John can produce it a lot better than I can. Him too. Nice. Yeah, he's good, isn't he? He's better than I am. His videos are better than mine. I'll admit it all day. I ain't afraid to. Poor Chico. They're acting like I owe them pizza now. Yeah, it was about an hour and a half after sunset. Tonight should have been up almost 2 hours. Tomorrow will be up a little longer. Did the angle look wrong? There, Ajax, is that what was bothering you? You should watch it all night. Thing will rise. It rises for me like a grin, and it'll roll into a frown. It's real weird looking. Yeah. We laid down on our side. It's the only way that can happen. Yep, new moon last night. Yes. Terminator line. And you can't roll a shadow by rolling the ball, right? It has to be the observer. We tilted. All right. This is what we used to do, right? According to the ecliptic, this is our ecliptic here. We used to do this with our rotation, right? Well, basically, we tilted. Now we do this. You know how it used to be only possible to see the moon flip when you jumped in on a plane in New York and flew to Sydney? Well, now you see that on your front porch because we're literally doing the north to south thing according to the ecliptic. That's what's going on. That wasn't a dumb question. I've covered it though. Several previous videos. You bet. That's what's going on. You're smart. 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 Yep. You see over it. All right. I like Ajax already. Approval thumbs up. But yeah, you got to watch this shit. You got to fucking watch it with your own eyes to believe it. It's the fucking moon doing cartwheels, man. It's crazy. Oh, well, very welcome. The reason you're seeing the moon rise and set in different places, because we used to spin same direction that motherfucker orbits. Well, now we don't. So we see it orbit. Instead of seeing it rise almost in the same spot every day, we see it orbiting its whole fucking orbit.
flashlight bouncing around the sky. Actually doing what it's always done. We just tilted. Good. Well, you're on the right channel, Mary, because I cuss a lot. Sometimes I cuss just to cuss, just to see if I'm pissing somebody off, because sometimes I enjoy pissing people off. Don't I, Chad? How you doing tonight? Yeah, we're going back to normal. Yeah. Isn't that funny? Yeah, we tilted 66.6 degrees. Now we oppose the ecliptic by 90 degrees. It's math. Yeah, everyone thinks it's all going to go back to normal. Never. Look, here comes wave 2. Yeah. For a while. Things were normal for me too. I think I'm on the right page. Do you know of my main page? Do you know that I've actually got an interesting page, or did you just find me over here babbling and blowing glass? We've actually, we're teaching people how to read hieroglyphs here. You know, it's not hard. Yeah, I usually give a troll a chance, but some people have been around long enough, and I've just been patient with them enough. Some people just piss me off, and wait, just don't piss me off. Don't fucking piss me off. I'm gonna freak out on you. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Mary. I was a few months ago looking at my main audience, and I'm like, man, we're all a bunch of old fucks. You'd think of the YouTube thing as like for young people or something, but it kind of like took me a little bit aside. I was like, damn, everybody's older than I am. You know, I wasn't expecting that. But then I got to thinking about it. Why the fuck wouldn't we all find each other? Because fucking we've watched the moon not rise, wax, and set wane for a long time. We watched it rise, wax, and set wax for a long time. And now it's doing this, and we're all looking for why. So, you know, not exactly. See, everybody's about my age. I'm going to be 52 here soon. But most of my audience on my main page is they're older than me, and I was kind of tripping on that. I was like, wow, I've got people that are 70s, 80s, and shit watching me talk about the moon. But then you step back and look, and it's like, well, no wonder, because nobody else is. No fucking body else is, and we're watching it happen. So I'm glad to have homebrew because some people don't like my cussing. And I can't judge. Just because they don't. But I'm not going to change who I am for them. That's for sure.
I wish John would add a fucktard every now and again, though. Personally, that would make my day. I know, Chad. It's a mind bender. When you look at the whole scope of all this truther community and no one's talking about the moon. Yeah, John is awesome. Mm-hmm. Well, hey, Jax, there is hope. My son is going to be 16. He is 15 right now. I homeschooled him till he was 12. He's graduating this year. I put him into school about 3 years ago. And just to curious, they help him meet kids and shit. And they talk about it in school. The teachers talk about it, the kids talk about it. It's a thing. I mean, they look at in the moon's doing cartwheels. They know it shouldn't be. You know. And if anybody goes looking, for God's sake, they're never going to find a NASA link that says, "Oh yes, our moon should rise wax and set rain." So I'm not too worried unless they go looking on Dazzle the cameraman's fucking webpage. Nice. 10-year-olds are fun. Yeah, me and my kid went out camping this summer off summer. Why not? COVID slowed everything down. I'm self-employed. Everything's taking a back seat, Chad. They're passing through all kinds of shit. My left testicle, wait a minute. What about my left testicle, Serge? It's okay. I canceled. I didn't freak out on them. Nice. It is cool. Yeah, I've scared my boy sufficiently with the 12 gauge. Makes big noise, destroys things. So don't touch this fucking thing. It says for one use. Somebody gets past me. Yeah, I canceled on them because well, after we did our first Raw show and we're on our side and the moon's doing cartwheels, all he brought out that whole week in his videos was dues and weather mod. And then spent 2 hours over there doing the whole show on politics and then on how it all the way back to DC, you know. And then that whole week he goes on a tirade about vote, vote, vote. We got. Why am I going to waste my fucking breath over there? I have a lot more fun just sitting here talking to y'all. I think we get a lot more accomplished listening to Josh and shit. You know what I mean? It's, you know. Yeah, thank you. That's why I canceled. Well, that's why I canceled. Exactly there. I like his Ajax guy or lady. I'm sorry. It's hard to tell online. But yeah, that's exactly why I canceled right there. He was promoting division and wasn't giving anybody the moon. Wasn't giving due. Give him due. Blaming fires on the dues. Man-made weather. All this shit. I've covered that in previous videos. I happen to have a few of them, Chad. Oh, fuck, man. I hate it when that happens, dude. Sorry. Somebody always thinks they want your stuff worse than you do. Well, I got that from the mom teaching the 10-year-old how to shoot. I just, I don't know. Forgot. Sorry. I apologize. I try to keep people straight if I can. You new to me. Mary, see, Mary's easy. Mary, I'm going to bet Mary is a female. Chad over here. Yeah, that'd be pretty neat if they pulled it out and wanted to get you high with it, wouldn't it? If you're over at their house one day, say, hey, man, you got a pipe? We'll smoke some pot. Yeah, here. Oops. Forgot where I got that. That I remember. Chad got his pipe back. Yeah, I am. That was the last thing I worried about. That and the gender and the color of your skin. I couldn't really actually give a fuck. Ain't that right, Chico? Don't wink at me. I ain't got no pizza left. It's all gone. It's all gone. You don't love me no more. Don't try and fool me. You know you just love me for my pizza. You and Patches. Look at you. You're just sitting there waiting for it to drop from heaven, ain't you? You're like, where's more of that pizza? You got more of that pizza than I do. Oh, fucking hound dog. It's way too late for hound dog. Right here. Right here. Way too late for fucking hound dog. And the neighbors are going to be over here talking about, hey, man. Look at her. She's like, I know there's pizza up here somewhere. I can smell it. Smells your pizza. No, they don't have that. Look, you got floppy ears. Look, you got little floppy ears. They got little soft under ear over here with little fuzz. Yo. You don't have those. You just got a little tickle spot right there. Poor little chicken. I have no pizza for you. I have none left. Go chase Patches. Go. Go. Get. Get. Go. Get out of here before you pee on something. He's got a problem with trying to mark my territory as his. See, it doesn't work well. Go on, go follow your girlfriend. Pee on her. No, no. I ain't taking my eye off of you till you hit that doorstep. Get Patches, stop your barking. No more of that. Go lay down in your bed. Nah, okay, you can sit here. Come here. You can sit here. That's your. She wants to clean my bed too. And that starts the trouble, because then all of a sudden Chico wants to pee on it. And my pillow last week. I was very unhappy about that. I washed my pillow and have not allowed Chico with Patches to even think about laying on Daddy's bed no more. Oh, look at her. She looks at it like, oh, you can't see her. She just looked at it like, oh, I wish I could lay on the bed. No. Mom. No. In like a private. We got close to it. We got. It's too late for you to be all this wide awake. You're over there laying down on the bed. And sit there on the front row. Well, you go and stay down in your bed. See? Look, I knew you were in here for. Can't take your eye off of these dogs. They love my bed. Well, cool. I really enjoy talking a lot. Especially about this shit. I mean, damn. Uh-oh. Hang on. That's the sound of it. That's a very ugly sound. Oh, I'm sorry, Chico. Excuse me. I gotta go. You ain't getting in my bed. Oh, I thought you wanted food. Now you're back in here. I ain't got no pizza. Oh, she's mad at me now. She's mad at me. I won't let her have my bed. I ain't got no pizza for her. Dogs. This one's not my style. I'm just pissing dogs off. Poor Chico. He's got such a teeny brain. He'd never figure out. He'd probably think I was just challenging his authority and pee right over it. don't don't put it take it off the table that I may pee on Chico someday. Just to make a political statement. You little shit here, piss on my pillow again. Hold him down, pee on his eye. I thought about it. Cool. I gotta get to bed. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Y'all have yourselves a beautiful day. I gotta get to sleep so I can be where you're at later. I gotta go get some oxygen.
do things. I'm apparently going to have to fight for the bed tonight. Anyway, I'll try and keep our place in the Egyptian soul of the Book of Dead. If there was somebody out there, they could stick it around. I'll stick patches on. Patches laid down. Yeah, that's not laying down. No, go in there. You got a bed. Go lay down. Go. No. Guard my door. I ain't got no motherfucking pizza. I ain't got no Chico. I ain't got nothing to eat. He's convinced I still got pizza. He is convinced. He's like, this is all over pizza. I know it. Okay, I'm gonna go to bed. Sorry about that. I had to go see what the hell the dog was barking at. Probably a kitty on the porch or something. It made a little bit of noise. Anyways, y'all have a good evening, and we'll probably see you tomorrow.